no de tua wenti e no mote committee say o monko audit cocoa rules no obeka ya e ma ye press conference sa audit no mo ye nya ye hu say infrastructure bi anya dai eni so e no mo freeze cocoa rules construction so bi anya dwuma na mo be ye audit ahwe say ya bokro no bi o mu a o ma ye ho adwuma e no mo stop cocoa nti wa no wa ye road ni bi no o de certificate kwa o mo si ye ntua ye de etabo ato so o ma panyin say ye nhwe mu ansa ebe issue of Ghana hanyina send this for akwa wodu cocoa preko 5.2 billion o ma 5.2 billion no na your project a year run for 5 years enti season bia na yakoje cocoa scanner be cocoa no ba na ya pone kakra e de akwa akotua bi
that was it and I want to feel
that was it enti in fact auditor general auditor report wa ha o say 2 years no 2015 2016 and 2016 17 syndication na ye de ba ye no yet me set aside 1.9 billion
purposely for the roads.
But roads are now awarded no under the period no na ye 5.2. It's na SS wo hwa na hu sika ni ho at once and now dey atua. Boy and before the NDC attempt say ya nya de ya say cocoa sector. Adenti ni ama cocoa contract ama abroso. Na mo de o mo nye sa
de mo ntua sika no at once o. Say no stretch over a period. It clearly say 5 billion kwana first one buy 1.2 billion almost 1.8 billion.
That's right.
Our hope is that another year another year
near the talk of 5 years you baby say na year no. And almost say ya nye ni. In fact at some point gromo debate say enye your call mandate no, enye cocoa board call mandate me say officer rules. And they are straight into doing things that enye important for cocoa board to do. And then nonti cocoa rules be ye and ye jai edikogu hono. Almost I can say NDC person sako rose edi menya di maso sourcing. Ye peso sourcing do obeka na do nankasa or condemn sadia no so sourcing.
Yeah, so
and can so any restricted tendering. Wa bra mo ye competitive tendering and ka bo beba form na ma frɛ obi nam de ma na no bo kakraka or no na do de onya sadia no. In fact, the state of the nation and the maiden one, the first one no so sourcing or condemn crase and the present mama near so sourcing nyane papa. Now auditor general so ko he cocoa rules for mo ye no. Omanhene paragraph 7. E be so kan sana me do concept ni mu pa paragraph 7 no. Ti de auditor general try.
So performance audit report of the auditor general on the construction of cocoa roads Republic of Ghana. Paragraph 7. Cocoa board's use of single source procurement and restricted tendering led to high cost for some of the roads contracted. The majority, 87% of contracts for CRIP2 were awarded through single source procurement and restricted tendering, resulting in higher costs compared to contracts awarded through competitive bidding. The reasons provided by Cocoa Board for using this procurement method did not align with the requirements of the Public Procurement Act. But that's what the president said that he was going to fight because yes.
Yes.
But the report is testifying to that, say, out of the 87% of roads.
No, I say, Cocoa Rose on under CRIP 2. If it's 2020, no, Cocoa Rose on my no. My contract, my 266, 87%. A year so sourcing any restricted tendering,
and those costs as compared to those through competitive, no, a difference is big.
I mean, show difference, no. I show difference now. Who the cost? Me show difference now. Yeah, one can say Eric the better. How can a report like? I want the difference in. Difference in where ye a contumra SCSO and others phase 1 so a Western North we know a national competitive tendering na 9.7 kilometers total contract something na 10.4 million 1 kilometer be another boy 1 million.
Okay,
1 million
na so sourcing for
so sourcing nini ma kunye we I'm Akrom Junction, Misiba, Western North. So sourcing 9.8 kilometers, Total contract near 25.9 million. Kilometer be 2.6 million. Onyanti kra wo de we kakra no woye hwe ha Asempa Sudunkwa Cocoa Station Central Region restricted tendering when kwa na momfama no restricted tendering na 6 kilometers total contract near 24.4 million 1 kilometer bia was 4 million Ghana cedis. What's that?
Is Kokobo privy to this?
On your previous say I call the time I respond.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Are you ready? You are listening to the CNG radio program of the year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM. This is CNG radio program of the year, Ekosiisen.
Let's now do the 27th award for the Night Radio Program of the Year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athol Morny, the National President of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, radio program of the year 2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Let me come, ladies and gentlemen.
The award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
That's na mefa kunya osu encha etifo nyina omutie Ekosiisen dwumadi na ebedo so as because Asempa Asempa nyina so efi etifo and me gigi self Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda a woti na adwuma pa maye but be permisa amrenti memsa mamuni yo moni adwuma fo mpenifo nyina
ono why outdated I tell fufu ade achi so no we are transforming Ghana, changing lives and transforming Ghana.
Changing lives
and transforming Ghana. Yeah, advancing. Omanhene Asante. Yeah, quiet him, Papa B. Omanhene
Omanhene Kwabena Asante. What can I say? What carry I want?
Yes. Omanhene Asante.
Omanhene Kwabena Asante. Omanhene Kwabena Asante. Omanhene Kwabena Asante. What can I say? What carry I want?
Oh, Brian Asempa no.
I'm very different. Look, Brian is my friend. It's a make up Brian as someone me kind it differently. So what on wadie? Nasa me hu semra kwan so me toa me wosika meti me atoa. Under normal circumstances no matter. Inti aden na senate fo a wo makoton ye japade no yenka ho asem. And I don't know how the NDC will listen to me and hear what I'm saying now. Not then a senate for womo ekoton wade no yanka senate for asem. That's my point. Nemum Brian woton wo kokobede wakoto na me so makoto me dey ya nibra akogo Brian so bebebe. Look, by all standard Abrantia Brian or your businessman. I am a businessman. Of course. Intino some fee say hotel no mon pesa mo beton wa munyai mon bio. What do you mention? I say the fact is that it is not good for the young man's business. They dia ye intina me to Brian for say look me Samia Brian ye wade nyina ho kwan yo na so me bi nshame so Brian uko kwewu a na uko Rock City it's absolute beautiful place inti we want pa e die pa na beba what mra the me bi say etia mra okwan bi so ana say etia mra dia and ye mfa mra ni no but etia mra dia and ye me say na wonim say do baby na me nana kofo obani na yayi de 40s ho da on really Western Merchant Bank on na no guest of honor kutwa ganse cake dan so misu kona ma bre aye wa yakwa tamale yakwa boga all the regions yedede empene mamuton Merchant Bank under the NDC. Sometimes I'm on the phone. Look, utie me careful. Mind you machisa. Under the NDC, they sold the bank. Yeah, demonstrating that they were saying say Mrakwanso na bank ni challenged at the time. To me say a ton bank no. Yeah, demonstration from Accra to every region. Yeah, Sanka authorities in Benya. I mean hearing here. Now committee I say it didn't work. Depending on which government is in power. MPP, NDC. Depending on the party in power. Kwabena, Katie Resters are who the organ have. I want for politicians. Any politicians or no anybody. And yes, net for ya. Why are we not complaining? I didn't complain. The prime minister. Me nada. I didn't pay Christ. I say, look, the cause today is the MPP, the NDC. They be on baby and who say about me. NDC what power is here. MPP for now even to talk about elections. Tell me NDC what power. Me can be. Me home free. Electoral Commission for name maybe. We spoke against it. And MPP for defend the Electoral Commission. The NDC is against the Electoral Commission. It's not the same NDC and now you ba ho fe Charlotte wo. As if say or a part of them. Bibi obeka only year no. And the same thing happen. Enti another some na we am say no say enkofo basabasa bi scarf bi buy man police for to tear gas in hot water ma enipa for primary rush o ko hospital oni bi for mo bro for mo dia mo mobo we bi akiri now we in parliament we timi to mo hu didi o mo ta be call lobby no to onum didi bom but that lobby on yima TV so and you won't have the eyes to watch to see the two sides now just a minute be no back a boom and public na ya e wo famu no ye hu NDC MPP na say yan twisi kan wo ye ho no mama ye ho kwan ama politicians ni nyu so me say depending on government or yan check Senate asset from 1992. Let's go back and check Senate asset whether it's building and I said any other you can say asset. Yan check kwan ya fa so eton ton o manager pade through Senate. Near me say who say you phone they could be on chain. You will find both NDC and MPP members are Senate properties a woman cabinet ministers. We have to be careful. Now the confer the animal be dim na ya say say na hwan ya aba de be no ton ya confer na nan be ka chom say obebo mama ne say na nan masase so na de city me ton a mistake wo mama gida what be that e Ghana how be that you say government nyuma be any ton under the NDC e mi say am say
ati me anya mama de ekosi me say me na me owura branch ampo me nto ba me branch ampo because say obi foforo to any problem but you as a politician they okoto there a problem you be ka ho asem ti me anka me nto because you watch my yakwa no kwabra e do so ma no but minim how na juma some there etie
but the person can say look we are getting closer to an election. This is an election year. And the stakes for this election was rododo. Tim pese Mr. politicians.
Brafom.
No man be why the needless tension that is created across the kind of registration centers, transfer of votes and so on. Look, these are needless. And you are building a certain environment that could, get worse on the day of the election. And here we don't need Sanumano in this year's election. Timestre and our police volunteers to the Mr. Wong. Chum spoke about treating everybody equally. Mijidi said it should not just be about treating people equally, but you should be seen treating people equally. Because that alone, look, politics is highly perceptible. Sometimes the reactions are obenya every ebimuhono. It's because of a certain perception they've created by dint of your actions. Ebi NYC or ChinaYC, they begin to form an opinion. And our opinion is founded on the actions they've seen you take, maybe over a certain period. And to Mr. let everybody feel said they are actually under the law. Nobody is above the law, and that everybody has equal rights and everybody deserves equal treatment before you can say more security agencies.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. What can I say? What carry I want? Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena, Asante. What can I say? What carry I want?
But 14 minutes after 2, hi Asempa 94.7, and then a Juada the 24th of June, the trading Ponyanko Ponsa and so ache a Jumedia Yedi Sunko Kopem se no sia everybody apemu make 6:30 nafi when you break now so what were the OS. But it's always a privilege, say Ibishia. Now, let me edit Ghana home and come. I told you very soon my junior brother Osebons will join where Ibitimi Eddie Ghana home come. I'm not track the next level as we count down to a year election 2024. Very exciting conversations around, very exciting permutations, and very exciting incidences are ACO a year Ghana. And Tibibia Damekai say may you always grateful because all the options and the choices. So with me a chim kasefidino akotube be now so tea the ecoso but Bribia danum oprese obeti na washe the Ekoso Asempa 94.7 Ekosiisen Jumedie Sonko Yedi. Medawase on that note, Medawase pa ye. I'm sure say over the weekend and so no waiting call weddings any or engagements, any other funerals, any other equally important family engagements no. Once a year Juadano, the month of June, I didn't know say a lot of people celebrate their birthdays in June. Until June 4, I'm so happy for you. Said the April, and so we are happy for me. Happy for the month of June. Dominic, Dominic, month ben. October, almost someone count. October there. October there's someone count cry. June 4, so proud of you. Me and Kasami good friend. Set Kwabena Kakari, me bodino, my granny papi bridge. I could say we don't cry on the echo. To set Kwabena Kakari, do not friend a year, Mr. Fully. Because you come Kumasi and I'm a South market. Blow fully. Now the ABC Nessino. Blow fully and pack. Go fully. Mr. Fori. Happy birthday, Sonko Anna Edema. But our pictures are Only to social media. Hey, go for it at 17 crowd. You know, Oyameshra, it's so nice to see you, and then to also see say you are healthy, you are strong, and you are really moving on. Samsuna, TT Brothers, I don't know. TT Brothers, I'm saying TT Brothers, you are a good man. Happy birthday, Shonkona, TT Brothers, and so that's belated. I think it was Enra. Dominic, I'm saying the late President John Dramani Rollins 26 or Rollins
last week.
Rollins last week, because when himself Rollins, TT Brothers, Kofuri
last week.
check it. Yeah, I know. It's Saturday. Still belated. Great man. Ghana loves you. Thank you for your service. I'll provide Ghana to our late president, Jerry John Rollins, and TT Brothers. TT Brothers, Dominic. Okay, any of the drinks are not on. Okay, Dominic. TT Brothers, no crowd on. Then drinks are not the banner. Okay, hey, what's up, baby? Baby, oh, Dominic, I'm more about TT Brothers.
Uncle T.
And Uncle T wine was in the back of me, Baba G. Dim Bros. A tune the was such a will be uncle. Through white wine. A tune was such a will be the TT Brothers are by Ghana. Who does so can Uncle T? Brofia day. Mr. Monkai, me TT Brothers drinks or the buyer. A gin some cry. The morning Uncle T. Anyway, na menchia only awajibra wo na wuti nso. Again, mechia Sam Sophie, Bika Charismatic Evangelistic Ministry, Reverend Steve Mensah and Pastor Stanley, Reverend Stanley, medical culture mo project na mo ye mo ba Ekosiise and mo be chance say a village that was is supposed to take care of the needy and poor and equip them. Enti baby akudu no Reverend Steve, Pastor wa kwa sure was saying bia no Charismatic Evangelistic Ministry, Michelle, Reverend Steve, Pastor Stanley said there's an opportunity for them to come back again and walk us through so far, baby Omodu. And one of here financially will continue to appeal to support the work of God. It's very, very important, isn't he? Reverend Steve Mensah. Pure joy. I feel I heard the guy. I feel I was it was Reverend Steve, Pastor Stanley, a Sam. Now for a oil of dome, say dome of Reverend Sam Kranchakra, Apostle General. That's it. Mamen Chano. I saw them with him, Reverend Kranchakra, not Mencha, and Machia. I read this on social media. It's Prophet L. Bernard. If you read his write-up in the program now, also Prophet Bernard L. Bernard Nelson is shown. He wrote something, Daily Diaries with L. Bernard. This is the 27th episode, and he was talking about a program that was strictly prophetic, that was birthed many years ago, and he was just talking about how it has impacted the work of God. And it's 6 hours non-stop prophecies with 7 oracle prophets. So Prophet Bernard L. Bernard Nelson is shown. Also, good afternoon. Royal House Chapel. Yeah. Royal House Chapel. And all of you are muti. Apostle Francis, Apostle Salasi Adai, my own pastor. The chairman, so Yaminima Fapium, the Bibia Damekal say it doesn't really stand. Me fast that can see Give Us Herbal, Franco Trading Enterprise, Seahorse Engine, Air Coolant, Syntex Tank, Tortina 74, EcoBank, Ghana, Yenda Kingdom Home Estate Fonso, Asio Kwansun Koso, Ana Vivo Energy, Yadona Sio Kwansun Koso, Vivo Energy, Yadona Sio Kwansun Koso, Kese Bills, and so Yadoma Sio Kwansun Koso, Ana My Life Insurance, My life insurance and so it is that is here at the moment. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic also at the honors or Kwansron so Greenfield Scientific Clinic almost at the Omase. Unim said a job and that's how we do it. A idea. Na a playback of New Patriotic Party. One next chapter through a year Yenya Bema a year Miracles Abuaji and also very soon we'll do the playback for you. It's 1 hour 30 minutes Yedebebro Ewa Hanmse no tea there MPP through Miracles Abuaji and so at the airbrain and what you know we have a lot of issues also pop up Ibidisa and common and so on. It's still in the election mood and other matters arising. And make sure say also be jibre na watimi eti na also do comments abre na jibre so akenkan George Mbia on behalf of George Mbia family George Mbia the entire family of the late George Kojo Mbia George Mbia papa frimu na no memende ya ne kupe ne kurabia on the aseda kese ma adofo yin na free chichi ni bench e baya won be jamomo enti no so yenhye no enso but there's this one Menka also say the national youth organizer for the NDC George Opare Ado on also obe pass it through na enene din komo George bete on catch so baby abutubiano I really want you in the studio na intimidian komo do na friend Pablo akwesi akwaba
yeja
haha bina akwaba
yeja
waja me on tinchire boas
oh Debbie
oh man Debbie wadaroma bribia dade amoya ende from soba no mentimi nkoye waja
wadentia
enchia nye so no tie di akwasika yeja onim di ogina so yeja no mesusu aso de
meba ti say what hear me o man metimi age so oh Debbie o man retie akwasi wa metimi age so yewra metimi age so yeja metimi age so ya odo
unim de okaka kana
Dabi
unim de okaka kana
o man se nyina nche o man entrasio
doctor to be what was any fire from France or dia to me obekọ anwan sa so o ka yeja e dey about trim prekope o dey fancy uti o baby obi chia o so yeja dey about trim prekope
say obetumi aye man nyabote asabri bi won ma ade uchirem ya no ni bi won ma ade uchirem akwese bema bia ye father so what you say you this you akwasi
bema bia
adentia say
I see yeja you do that the mean I'm saying say can say me chia me say ya me dofo maju so me dofo no acceptable acceptable specifically you san anu yi no you enipa kuo bia e dey san anu yi ne bo ya busua chese ore de bo busua ya do ya obi ade ya buru it is all bad be camp ye ja
into the man think amenye to say
nya da Michael say ha me
no ya ja
ya oba
ya oba da bi oba de da bi o man oba de ni say
accepted worldwide say be ma bia ame batwen be ma bia no na free uni pede no buy enti wa because me banie but na unyini nchemi o ba me gitum sampa obani ya oba so what I say
yeah
oba ufu akoso ya jene chisa
o man yeah wa
akosi na boko there
you are do now so
how is the political space going?
It's getting interesting.
It's getting interesting.
Very interesting.
Maybe no moments near too dull.
For me, pose a people and say, a step up the temperature. Ama afe enkitamudieni kasa adwenchire na ekoso. we are warming ourselves. Me is a bit picky in August.
Okay.
So
you've been following elections and ebra edi peja ni mu yi. Nti I say we mhye no. That's what I'm for. Nti wo susue mu ni usue hunu mu no. Ebri be ne be peja ni mu yi pa.
One say political parties no. NDC yi the presidential candidate and running mate. Omanya omo MPs. Omo aspirants at the moment. So as the MPP. But MPP in running mate. NDC I can't manifesto the betuja. MPP in fact manifesto betuja. Inti no NDC really manifesto na afena ekwemwa da ho no matiesi.
Okay.
Number 2.
It is a normal process.
Oh yes. We need manifesto one sheni year. Now mankofo wachita for ni kasa. Obi aba koka de woni. Na afa we do manifesto ni beba no. Na nsema medical kano. Na any manifesto na eno so ko hadwe. So ukuta document na eno na party for no o nyina di o mani bedi akire o meka ate ase na mu kirekire mu a o matumi akirekire mu yi because sia no voters na ready o mu betie mu nsema o bekeka ni nyina no eno mo ne ye mu nsema keka mo ho keka ento abo eno na be inform the voter to make a decision on to make a decision on 7th of December. So beto amoso ntuma. So the it's answer o ma hu siesie ni enwie peye ntino. Who say do but behind the scene they are working.
Omo ye adwuma
pa.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you see saying say omo ye adwuma na I say atiaba form kakra say election year pa na say yeah who say
the last Friday na me can be say wo share ebra ye wo mu no a ye nyina nim say 2024 election year. Now we shall say the campaigning echo. It is appearing say the one in power no crumple no the vigorous nature of the campaign I witness over the months no more or less on umpo nebi ayeka se nkobe opposition. Me kai say
the power
ne momo no said the ase ani bre ne ahoden ahokeka na wode ahye campaign mu no you might even think say onu mom na opposition fighting to say obetumi aba power. Meka because meka said that yene ye ma me kosia ye the running made ma NDC ekosia no consensus bi ye raise ye no ye adwuma na oye se obonto na na set sen no o man ye hyedante ho asem unim se last 2 weeks na me wo Eastern region me ko workshop bi na ye ko na ye wo Eastern Premier Hotel honom e na nya nte se Professor Abba so obeye bi bo Eastern region a obedidi wo ase ho na media houses Eastern region Accra dodo no ano na ye wo conference room ho enti nana ya before kra ni Umaru Sanda city na ye no sabna share prof e wo ase ho na me kra me cheda na se ne nka on ni team na mane
and take
advantage oh media for na wo honom oh right bia me nkochia wo o man who say to the bia enye part of o plan enye part of agenda but once Umaru ebehia wo chia wo na ya before me say other media me mom de na me wo conference room no mo be kan ye you be realize say na bibi koso so me ye media for na eye nke be fe that Eastern region na ho dwuma okodie ni say no mante ho asem menim se na eye kokoma de se na nya bibi be public but man at this point no so ye the flag bearer so ye the running mate menyi ni say wo bibia wo ye wo say kokoma de say obi ayi ase kra na wo kwache kra wo say giba bia na yete ho asem ntia say me hu the publicity no the vigorousness no me said them feeling
okay
I was outside the hall.
Akwasi, you have followed our politics and yeah table in fact the most experience your political space in and we give it to you on that. You've been following and watching the space when it comes to our politics into the abone ken maybe a strategy and as a handless no maybe an issue and as a what really could be the issue because we say obi e na djuma August be peaky na ye ne hu say obi e na djuma sa
behind the scenes
yeah
me kan assembly mampani kufo kai ebra na owo position na all pe abemu aba in the run up to 2000 elections was in the Kano team and to my edeko yewu the edeko wedding and na the edeko other functions ewu enti ne mpaboa na henema ne hu siesie bibia enti ono no onye wura baby na say ye ya to nsa frɛ no si emfrɛ no wo hu an so wa frɛ no to wo wura mu no abetena ho wanhwɛ ni ya wadwen bɛ yo say okan ye man invitation enso no wa sisi no say eye abedin to ase eye ayerfo ase a wo hu wura ho no wa hye na we frɛ no ntoma a fit the occasion if you send an niabre say up a president he said it in that every now the bill wouldn't be hard I was sending or two friends to Manque anopa we share the different functions here and ye need be before nation and as we fra because we are prepared.
Do you agree to Abna's submission? He said the current vice president who is not the flag bearer of the NPP now okay and then an tune come across say opposition and no moment they press. You see the
reason is that the reason is that MPP flag bearer Dr. Baumia he's not the president, he's vice president. So the president into no space obetimi running around. If you can recall Emra in 2008 Ekufado take over
from President Kufo.
Now oye flag bearer no. Sabre no so no oye he was all over. No now Omanpeni Kufo Ejuma. This is how I see it. But ka Prof Jena no Poku Ajiman or space or what time it just said the media handlers no eye no adwuma yi no mo biem baby because at this stage esese oni omanfo kasa na oye adwuma o water grounds na intebido baby no owura ma flag bearer nankasa na nimbeba ballot paper no so beduru no na former duboko
that continues maybe to be the argument say I don't know who running mates and vice potential vice presidential can omo monye dey the name of no is key. It will be better than mad the name of can for more. The whole mad you dear change space it doesn't help because over corner maybe Yamami Jane Nenimunaso or not know why you used to. It is the dear name Nankasan come more so that you be a supporting artist no kakra Oko water grounds no Oko water grounds in a mano. No what can some not at home trim into flag bearer and be pwa na yam mere. Anya sa Uma flag bearer ndi ani mo beka sabere na fe na nkasa be tintinti be chenchire mu ka blows no nyina no ubeji aso no wa shomu nkuran no wa momani daso wo shomu nkuran momani daso a flag bearer mba na so de beka ho na agro na yede na ankonko yesa na so flag bearer na amra no ma yesa adwuma ni nyina mo bebre e ya bato na eko and this year's election is very crucial. Every election be any dynamics some me hunu ayengunai this year dynamics I'm telling you ayengunai good because if you speak to the NDC in particular in fact some of the reasons to raise it up and say do you need to be told that times are tough do you need to be told say a net 3 square meal over for difficult do you need to be told say unemployment skyrocketing do you need to be told say hardships na ba ma ene Ghana for the donor edwane from mining echo do you need to be told say ene adwuma opportunities no crown within a certain circle or community they are basing their strength on the times that we find ourselves in and then most of them will sum up and say she was sitting na
they should be careful yes the omo in I no true but that alone into my winning election I am telling you and don't want to be my win any if you say about to one every constituency and any dynamics even sometimes electoral areas obi what near wo kano o memu asem na nipa no wo constituency no enye computer ni hia no nipa no wo constituency no enye asphalt road ni hia no ebi kura na yebo wo no ope ebi kura ope hospital ope chips compound eno ni hia immediately enye computer na ope enya brochiri asem na woka na bi into constituency bia ni hia wo eno na sese o research team to me here no who say constituency A when they hear to ko hia omo a ni hia omo no waka kire omo no omo mani that's what that one they will vote for you but so kind of aduma o my start here din say no okwan be the first to Kwame Nkrumah yes oba ni man dey yenya milk yenya sugar yenya we edom na edu gina so to Kwame Nkrumah lima aban buzi ade aban ro aban nyina there. Even when NDC was in power under John Dramani Mahama, there was a controversy. Emma Sabreno, Deputy Minister for Education, Samuel Kujeto, Eko figure of Parliament about employment level of creating. Emma in some degree, Emma media cry so much more. You could be the late Itimensa or so long as a military. Sabreno, Najuma was everything. You see, challenge is not woman. Yes, they are there. Go for Nyejuma, I agree. But so one strategize message ni now can the trust the cause one fundamental question go for be say now naga ni Nyejuma ya na. The answer is David. Now there were problems. Now Ura Mahama so born home no solving the problem. Car power ship they buy. Ni sano mani nyina no it was an attempt to solve doom so. O free akunya so no abua saka power ship no so any nyina ka ho bi entra biri bi o ka say mo se man solve a mo kodundum sa generators no ni se Ghana enasu mu ana o yes ha no mani nyina nenso no Ghana for etutia o and so be can say ni o kan nyina for the national in character but every constituency omwadi hia no different.
I see. Maybe you've just joined 38 minutes after 2. I have Asempa 94.7. Ekosiisen Jumedino. Well, you remember Paul Bia Abaso.
Smart up on the other. Yes.
Last week, we did a buy. I don't know your interest. One can say a poster. Yes. And our researcher. I don't know what the NBC is. By November number. Okay, so first week of November number.
Just a general election.
Okay. So quickly, maybe we can go through this. Maybe 2 minutes. I take there. Emma, this election here quite a year. Yeah. And he said, "Osha omuna parties too nina. Omuna boshebi na no baby omokana. It's almost the same. For instance, the MPP NDC. You talk about reduction in size of government, where the NDC talks about 50 and the MPP talks about 60 ministers and deputy. There's a need for the two parties. The NDC MPP talks about prudent management of public finance. NDC MPP. The NDC MPP talks about abolishing e-levy under Dr. Baumia and under John Dramani Mahama. They talk about CD stabilization, both of them. That this time you're bad. Again, they said they will all address affordable housing issues. Again, obviously they will involve traditional leaders in granting mining licenses in our quest to fight illegal mining. A part of that journey. Reduce import duties. And your mind, and what's a my canal. So what you say, they say, do be a fan what you say. So when you're going to or machine no mama no more down fine. I say LQG beats these are similar promises are ekura. Because me sure say nyame adom e china na this week na say eba. Na ye be discuss out of these similarities what other promises so what you say anom gaba. But so far similar promises is encouraging for Ghana's development.
For me they have said nothing. Men are make a chero. Who doesn't know this problem? Go to Omanhene manifestos from 92. The Professor Dubai Mudibai, the Ura Kufo Mudibai, the Kufa Mudibai, the Rollins Mudibai. All these things were captured. Besine and solve a problem. So what is it? Oh, it's nothing. Because share groups, Guta for the person and say, Obetiti no maso, Talis no so. Now to business at Tumpong. Almost almost Dawson. Mankokas amuntu maminteni America. No crani ekano. What? Look. Sika they are developing at the same time, Ghana say affordable housing. The woman pay for the buy here for the team, here for the team. The issue is that Ghana, the land tenure system alone, and to me ma aban to me solve our problem aban was as we go see and then Asante too and we release 200 acres and the housing ministry say omunya na omunsisi adan ne fente deficit na Asante region so yembisa ye ho say na kuradwimpa odiama oyeni no oro na obenya esomfa so ana esikafo na beto na omde high ehiafo no magiska etu for me housing deficit no say you betumi a solve problem no pa say go for bebre wo mai mu a especially in Accra and the urban areas to tons as they can develop why wouldn't they go there and develop it for them?
Okay, so akwesibe ba so ye be ye common but nipa wa o de krata na ma me na ye be kenka nipa o ye krata na ko esa hwem na kasa ba o ma so. Okay. Professor Smart Sapo me ne ntwetwe nkomo. Prof ye da ho ye de
ya da dom Omanhene me ho ye pa me gidi se mo smo ho ye.
Oh, Yahuya na biri bi ada no mama ye nso biri kakra na mo de we aba na mo de we aba na mo de eje no nkomo na ye bedi ni aye madom se me no nkasa yi na ye di kan e ni pushu ma o yesa udi se adwuma yi.
Well, Omanhene na me ndo ase wie na me nchia watiefo nyina be bi obi bia ye free bia ye mana na me nkase dwumadi a metai di me sure say you have come across or discussed or seen one or two of my previous research works. And, you know, if in Sembi or Honomuna, if any Pekobi an issue of national interest, Yamia Domaya, Namana, Yenipon, constituencies. When you do Munus squad, yes, a one day Jacqua in Yanaqua, and never be which may pick up information over Yana. We know early June and I said late May, and opening Bakwa or MPP Muya said, Nanakumia said, June, yes, Mujan, Tibia, and I said, Minim Sankosis, June Bekoria, the Nanka, or Mampenia, the child, Saya Francatuni, the MPP, Nanka was in Junaye. Enti you ona nyina yenim da ba na mpanifo bi sa ne sisi ni pise efide eja boja aka kre bi no aba ni ntino. I felt like okay, then baby Amadu bia no, let me just tease out expectations of our party for sabi di form ho kane ansa na befa Ghana ina ono. What are they expecting? Ya say enche bia June ni nko na wie no. Omampania be de che osan flag bearer abebo or nipa bakudi manabeboa no e won adwuma a odi enimu na what are you expecting? So it was just a very friendly but interesting research I had can adwuma di ayedi ho just after papa no June nimu die omu ye sure so mu flag bearer no be yi we no I'm so okay fine let me just tease out what the people are expecting.
I see.
After the day expectation survey.
I see. Prof, so I've seen your table, your sample size and all. So walk us through how you arrived at all these things, no, and why you advise that the flag bearer may take a cue from this and other earlier surveys. Now I'm seeing that table of personalities. I'm seeing frequency and percent. I've seen your sample size. I've seen the kind of people that you spoke to. Walk us through.
Good. Who do a form no a constituency level na Obenya constituency executives kakra, electoral areas kakra, electoral area executives kakra, and polling station executives. So kakra and also muna umudo so power you see. And I usually find a structure at the base in it here. And you know you get to a place like maybe Obuase and different constituency. Maminisu, if I was saying, Drobo German South. If you see where do Drobo German South, and now where do constituency be? Now, Amania beto Jasano. Then let me allocate or find where those concerned party executives are. That's the end community. With the friendly community in the constituencies are. Metimi ye mu totaling 61 no in binomu constituency executives maybe no mukasa so electoral area coordinators and a binum so police station executive. Now say America no we are just expectation survey you know you use convenience sampling. Yeah, strict sampling. Earlier research about to be a more discussed no na omushada kofa sample frame no strict because that one was a nationwide prepared
because I was going to
NIBD no see when we adapted the convenience sampling executive via you so executive are you willing to share with us your expectations no we took that nana interesting ebinum ntimi modin ebinum so bodin obi bodin we out we bodin ni nyina we so okay odi ene de bebe bia so emra batanke din we ni ade it was a very friendly engagement and kikabo mu a ene say ye bohon komo no.
I see. When you come to the table 2, expectation of party people, maybe that's where the interest is because Akwasi Ajimaiwaha Abna Pukiawa. We've been having this conversation after the NIB report, and you are pointing to certain similarities. So the expected partner here, Matthew Opoku Prempe Napo, frequency 1,273, and the percentage is 35.6%.
Right.
Dr. Yawaduchum, 517, 14.5%. Dr. Henry Kokofu, 372, 10.4%. Apostle Professor Opoku Onyina, 233, 8.5%. Chief of Staff Frema Opare, 154, 4.3. Any Choice, 958, 26.8. And the total 3577, that's giving us 100%. So then I'll and then the moment could do these are names when you know up. What was their basis?
Right. And you know, I'm saying we know me a war public domain that anti for me because my research way is only confirming what perhaps people know. Well, I would take it just a simple scroll and your research now we know na me matrix and I say so be a medicina the next table no obehuna grassroots mobilization obehuna list no unfortunately me laptop no but the next table no matrix no parameters na wo no no enti ya me bisa say unim me bia na unim bi dia ene hwan na afo say obetimi aboa in the work that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is doing. Now, the Jumano and in respect of grassroots mobilization.
I'm seeing grassroots mobilization, party unity, party executive motivation, resources and logistics support, competence, human relations, other qualities.
Absolutely. Omanhene. And you know, it didn't know ranking now say you score. And in terms of overhead scoring numbers necessary.
Papa.
I know you're scoring. You can take, but decide not to take it. Again, necessarily say nipa baako bi ade baako. Enti na matrix aye fele bi obi num ebi wo bi bresi bi. See, I know summary in the bar so no no a Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe 35%.
Okay.
Let us in terms of grassroots mobilization, in other matrix. Others were also doing well, but cumulatively, no. And then
but maybe of interest to me is the conclusions that you draw.
Yes.
And those conclusions, I'll skip 1 and 2, maybe for the sake of time. But I discuss with studio about to point number 3. Though many party delegates expressed worry over the delay in nominating a running mate, this report is silent over it due to the vast indication of naming the running mate before the end of June 2024. What was their worry? Why? Actually, what was their worry?
79, Omanhene, 79% of the 3,000 plus I spoke to, 79% of them were actually worried over the delay. But in America, I didn't report that because after all, you know, NPP Muno Diabetes just say Yeah, but I'm saying, but I'm saying at the month of June, but June is that was the idea. But so, over 79% were worried over the delay, and only the point I was trying to make. But me normal fan say okay, fine. Worry how ni no enchebia because any indications enchebia no and at end of June and that is the essence of the point. I mean, if people want to know, or if those listening want to know, when we say in the past people did their nominations late, if we say running in September, near the Aluma in the bank, with the bank, the party executives that I spoke to, Omanhene, 79% were worried over the delay, and let no one compare a certain past election to current election. Omanhene election be a at the forefront.
Election be a dance.
Election be a dance. In fact, the most experienced campaign manager is not guaranteed a victory due to dynamics be a election for be at the back. And when we say there are historic antecedents, they mean maybe September and then, but in my report, 79% of current executives of NPP, Mukasai, within the number of constituencies I'm here, were worried. 79, they are things that 79, they Anoshi. But I mean, I made that statement because maybe the number 30 from Penny Phony be one say, Busumi Wade.
Okay, so for the sake of time, Professor Smart Sapon, Director of Research and Innovation, Kumasi Technical University, Ghana, Research Design and Data Management Consultant, Associate Professor of Statistics, grateful away, so what team this are a Yanchimu Eddie Abraham. Good. Kwesi, we are back. I'm sure it's what in common.
Sure.
Yeah, in the rapport upon. What is your can be?
Neo Canina Matthias here is a great would name the Juma statistician or year post. No analyze him. I will say, what stars I say out to say the Okan Muquan. And you know, for me, and Yamin one will be say Nipana or sample of views. The Duano Casse. Yomunfa Dr. Matthew Pokrupo Penapo and your running meet. It is a confirmation of what the national security did. It's a confirmation because if grassroots for now form the grassroots campaign, do not kase assume sina mofanembra. If you say oba ebebuaya, a party na make decision. Officers at the base, not at the top. This time, I'm happy say MP phone him. MMDC is phone him, national officers, the
real grassroots people.
The real, and yet top. It is someone can well, it's a confirmation. So for me who say post from last week, when the pandits kasa analysis near Konminano, ama Jumano, I tricky. Kakra ama the flag bearer, Dr. Baumi, if you say impo. Why not being say bia mesesa mu ebe di enkofo ekeka ko enye no a sisi enkofo akoye steady credible one or the abeto so will you ignore it now what the unso the opesa oyechi ana say the omanfo no peno and our bom na kwa babu mu asem Pontius Pilate na yefie na edi Yesu koye ni se abrante onye afie and so the na enkofo ni kanti o se na monye nei. You understand? And so, or no, he nankasa de nankani pemuno. Anka obeja Yesu no kwafa no wedi. E se eno ana esi no. E bia na flag bearer wona de. Na suppose nkofo uti media report post anko national secretary Professor Smasapon. Oye credible. And you big ka otocho bibi no de abetuja. Because my image associate professor
is at stake.
It's at stake. Into onko ye bibi keke fenko bring nkofo ani so. Into why meticulous work on the abetuja. So we will be our G figures statistics there as a so GD. Na ultimately here Juba. If you say no, and a bit me a so at the case. Na and yet what sometimes presumptions can be good, but if you're not careful, you miss it. If you say and then we are saying no, science and data and drive you are.
So what it means is that the NIB, the Smart Sapon, and other reports, you think they are binding on the flag bearer of the new picture?
If it's a flag bearer and any baby, don't go for cry, you do manamano. So a different one, almost for me to ya. So for me, who say the Dumana Kayed a unity piano, go for Yamanevi. Until on share, no tea the grassroots for the car. No failure, Duma, if you say, and you know, yes, Una who cry. Nelson, the Dudua Ebu. And if you are going to do Memo, it is a Dudua Memo, Nasa party for no more form say. Assume a sin, Dr. Napono Mopena, I don't know Fanima. Dr. Premper Opera, I don't know Fanima.
Abney.
Oh man.
Oh, they said you'll be whom be Abeka.
Oh man, Osha, Dr. Sapon, a conclusion number 2.
Yeah, number 2.
Or say, a woman say delegate, party delegates, no. And I decided out of Nipa and Pemi and Sana when you mudin Kobane Brusso. Nemomono or say Dr. Baumia, ewo akwanya ni tumni say, obey candidate or ye acceptable, even omunye party for no ebegina tum. Into no e wono so e can be or hakakra. E can be because delegates are candy or mope. Obebi sasa the delegates akaso mo pe no sa wodi ni begina abonten yi ni free delegates in term de ni begina Ghana fo ni ma Ghana 4% ni pa no ana na eba no election na obi beka sa won ko election na won fa resources logistics and nchen at a point ye hu daily CBN na report say one member of parliament of Eastern region eso no betumi ama 1 million per constituency o mo de be campaign ade enti oye the best stress I was say Dr. Baumia efa no obia elobe into about resources and what shall name our hanoma was say grassroots mobilization the candidate I was say Dr. Baumia a farmers the running mate no I was so you be to me and no mobilize ya see what no matias monte so acquire campaign it's when your qualities be I was say nipa no enya answer ni dia ba bonten o ma no bi beka se by now June wie ekwa wie ye o ene eye ne de to so aduonu 24th it by now no wo be se o na ka we na ka edini kra ba bonten reconciliation bi wo ba bi kra wo so mo ye san say edini ba wo ye dan ya bitterness bi ebeba wo ba bi na ka by now o ma to adwene o ma di san komo ni nyina masumdua ba se de o mo call eye presidential de wie ya na wo so mo sasin konya finally ye ra ken de Japan akoka Dr. Baumia ne campaign team ho no esan se ebre wom a wono atena se assess ne ho ni mpanyefo di nkomo e ne waba forward enti no the delay na wom a be 79% and e catch Dr. Sapon penny survey no ni nkomo ne yedie no eso mo hu ni se e delay no emwa Dr. Baumia e wo mo so no akasa tiesima o ye adwuma no ba se wonya a running mate a ono so no e wo the energy awo kitabie se obetumi adu ba busi masimi na mo fom saa genchi akwan ho akoduru ba bia mekwa kodi me nkomo
e John Dramani mama ana Dr. Mahmoud Baumia omumfo nyina onti running mate mo de de
any o man sesa ne aka no de na ka running mate kran se ye running mate
o man
effect
wonim se uko file u papers as presidential aspirant or person candidate woni running mate anya adwuma
enya complete
they enya complete easy will turn it down why because the running mate is a potential president. Or no, Babe Boamuaye Wajuma. So, or no, Babe Boamuaye Wajuma. You know, the issue of running in the wisdom of the framers of the Constitution. Look at what happened to us in 2012. If Vice President Niwa, there would have been a gap in Ghana's governance at the time.
Okay, I can see a lot of text messages here, by Bisia. Abna pokuya medasi. Abna pokuya to ahwene medasi. Hey.
Oh man.
Abesi medasi. Medasi. Akwasi ye adwuma mo amop kese papa no mo pese oba mo programs mpam twa akwasi ye adwuma.
Akwasi ali oye news editor.
Election headquarters.
Oye news editor e wo Adom FM.
Eno na me election.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
It's enemy boss sintem.
New Patriotic Party in the next chapter.
Oh man patcho we dey Efoma Ugbe.
Yeah.
I hope say makani ye.
Efoma Ugbe.
Maugbe medase. GJ press center e wona wo.
Okay.
Ntino na any birthday.
Happy birthday.
Nyamenyo kese no ma ye die pa ne nkwatenten.
Amen. Yeko through Dennis Miracle Abuaji. Next chapter. New Patriotic Party for the Brain.
Another episode, in fact, the 6th episode of the most intriguing, factual, truth-only political show will be to me in Ghana. And the next chapter show, it's a platform to let the Ghanaian voter have a reason to vote. Yay, I walk New Patriotic Party. And Dr. Mahmoud Baumia campaign. Ye say, or minor edubia ibia, as I say, ye shred baby ye drew. Nay, nay, kind boom. Na ye twat to our drain. Ye nyanti as ye baby a pese de or manico. Na if we ne coco pem December 7th. No. Who be here say, ye ne gun any be or Ghana ha a fanina benyans house one near Dinkomo. Na se wo koto abano on the 7th of December, which me who say and yina so me wa me de kwakoto abane ni no kre ne say 7 December abato no ye between mpenimfo mienu Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and the former president John Dramani Mahama. Former president John Dramani Mahama when ya ho kwan abeye member of parliament pain when ya ho kwan abeye minister of state when ya ho kwan abeye vice president of the Republic of Ghana. Osan by ho ebe say nto abama no in 2012 na ombeyo mampani no kre sambe kaya obeka che ewo IE debate 2012 say oye spare driver enti osea yema no kwan na ombeye main driver na ombo ancheche Ghana man omaye na so bebre emaye boshe bebre enso ye nyina be gia to mu say by the time I do 2016 no na how any amane no abebe so dia abebe 2 years no enye binie ena menunti ema Ghana nyina agi to mu say ese to aba ema na nadodan kwekufado ene Dr. Mahmoud Baumia na nadon so ebe ne de mo be gia to mu say between the year 2017 abepem 2020 noma bebre ena nana do danko ekufado aban etumi de bre nkanaman ena manu so nti ema yesan so to aba ema nana do se onto aso na onye bi enka ho eno ena yegina so ema election 2020 to aba man nana do danko ekufado no krepa ne se between the year 2020 and 2024 it has been one of the most difficult times in the life of the global economy. A name no kase we are see fan na obia a struggle because you encounter pandemic bia na yare boni bia na we are say enhu bida in about 100 years or more. In fact abakosem kire say the last time we are say shia sa how yi in the year 1918 yare bia na Spanish flu ebae. Since then no na we are seeing who be sada until 2020 COVID. Na COVID ya we ne ba no e de how bebre ebre we are say afa na nyina. E na meno so nti amenei me no ka say amayaman a etwehia we are say nyina e pre say ye betumi atete ye ho eyi ye ho efri how ene amane a COVID ya we boni e de bre yen. COVID nsunsan so no e ye bebre. Ebe ne say ebusuafo adofo ene enuano bebre ehwe omonkwa ebi nso ne say school nsem ana homenso nsem ekechire ma nipa bebre. There were some people na nka so mo graduate earlier but COVID nti emom school nsem no twetwe saye nti na yese wo de afe baako ebi nkra de mfi mienu ebeka ho COVID ema nkrofo enwuma eguye companies shut down companies bebre ho a omunwuma eseye. And I'm so ema nkrofo ehwere omunwuma ema omukọ ekokate na afie COVID ema wiase nyina mansan sika se nyina eseye basa ne sɛ amayamayan ɔmo soso ɔmo mu aduru ananka nyina ɛbɛgye atom sɛ nkɔmo deɛ nkɔmo bibia da die kura no nsunsuanso ne bi ka ɔmo to the point sɛ United States of America kura no eduru baby no na ɔmo inflation a movie cost roa na ɔmo hu bi da in about 40 years. United Kingdom, UK, inflation cost roa no ɔmo hu bi da in about 40 years. In fact, UK crowd in the year 2022 no, within 6 months no matter some prime ministers mienu isane say na ho kye no doso nti na ɔmo hyehye ahwɛ sɛ ɔmo bitumi yɛ ho bibi ana. Turkey eduru baby no no more inflation akɔ all the way up to about 80%. Asia, China, Japan, South Korea, any amayaman omo Asia, Malaysia, I ni omo di dwa ye krania mefiri omo ho. COVID omo to oman over a year and more. In fact, China crowd me no ka say still omo ntumi mbie omo man no te say na city answer COVID beba no. Enti sa amayaman ni omo di dwa nyina ni omo ho nsem nyina enti. Yenso ebi be kan yen. De tie ne say woto wo noma free China. Na say China COVID nti omo shut down omo to oman ni mu. Omo mfidie nsem no omo ateso ne ade a de tie bia ebi be kan ebe hawo. Nti ema noma bo eye den e wo wiase amansen dwa so. A enu nti ebi ebe kan Ghana man. De tie ne say se ne tie bia no. Tama COVID ba no. Na yeguso a yesiesie yesikasem esiesie economy na yenye nyina ye nan so yie nwie enti no krepa ne se eka yen eho mpoporoye no epem yen se ne epem amayaman nyina no enso oman bia ne se ne effect no anase nsonso enya wono so no emudro etetie. Just as all other countries are working hard to get themselves out of it no, Ghana the yenso yaye in the past 3-4 years ne say yebe kan ho abom na ya bomoden na ya tete ye ho efri nsunsun so bone a COVID yare ebe to yen enumu ano na Russia and Ukraine for ntokwan so ebaye yenyina enim say Russia and Ukraine a critical aspect in the global supply chain. Nyoma bebre ya kra ayede ye adan ho nyoma iron steel ni nyama efi Ukraine wheat some any normal fertilizer honeyama dodo na e craft Russia. In fact, amayamaya ye toye mo Vietnam ni Brazil ni ade ye toye mo efri ho eba o man we mu no. Omo bebre omo rely on Russia for nitrate ni niam e ombe hia na omo de fertilizer. Enti no krepa ne say ehun sunsanso no. Bomb no yanto amba Ghana. Etuo no yanto amba Ghana. Enso ehun sunsanso no ebi kan. Enso se na de bia meka no ye ka se kendifo papa kendini ana kendifo a oye papa no enkyere se amanehunu ne abebrese ne ohaw emba kendini papa ene kendifo a so haw ne abebrese ne amanehunu ba onto ne nsanko wiem na onka se media be yodwanfunu de amobeye bia monye enye de amoka na metie mintio bia de mepese me ya na meye na mom kendini papa ene kendini aso ha ne abebrese ba otumi di akokoduro kase no krabusia for hawaba ne mum megide se yenyina kan ho bomu a yebetumi ye yin ho efrim mo kai fellow Ghanaians address na dan kwakufado eye no. There was a particular day a okache Ghana ha nyina se bibia yedru no ogide se ese ye ma ye ni ko se yebetumi abo ye nkwa ho ban because COVID no enei ena ebi nyawa ye nimu ekwan ye befa so ye besoso ano enti nkwohwe wonkwa. But when it came in 2020 all the way to 2021 no na we asia fa na nyina obi edim se ne ye besoso ano enti ebusuafo wuye adofo wuye enafofo wuye. Nanado told us say that was a time where he believes that we needed to save lives. Yemfa ye ho de ne bibia fam bo nipa enkwa ho ban because obi a ye hwe no COVID mbre no enei ye wo sika dan makra ye ntumi nsan for enkofa ne mba na mum okan say ye economy ni de se ne sitie bia no sese kra ye betumi aye adwuma na yetumi asan ama economy no abegya nan so. The president told us, we agreed, we worked together, and we protected lives. Ghana, World Health Organization, ejitum say, Ghana eya maya your boy a home modern pan when it comes to the management of the COVID pandemic. Ghana eka ho. We saved a lot of lives by virtue of the strategies and the systems that you're putting in place. But in doing that, our economy was affected. And what we've been doing over the period is to recover that aspect of yen challenges. Yeguso, yen wiye, yeguso, etoto yen yama. Ye jidi se, bibi ye free, any baby ye bedri. Si ye kaya humbumwa. Ni nyina ye yakoba ko ne adwemba ko ne ye ka se di ayaje no ye mbɔ ho ban na ase yakoko ne nkonko didi aka ne chia. Ghana would be able to ensure say we get back on our feet even stronger and better than we aspire as a people. What we cannot do, the yen to me here and say ye bet ye de ahopepre ene entro ne nkontompo ebema yaka se ade ne sini aye no yen sen ne yentungu na at the end of the day no kakra na yetumi aye no kwa no wan hwa na no so akwakoye den akwakoko say the best leader is not the absence of challenges and difficulties, but the best leader is the leader who, in the presence of difficulties, challenges, and struggles, has the courage to mobilize the people to work together and get us out of those difficulties. That is what Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is promising and assuring the good people of this country going into the future. On the next chapter show, the AI say, "Yechne, they are aban way ye buy ye beto ye. They are yen ye to me aye. They are aka ye jidi say yen to me aye. Ni ye wia ya che Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia eni swade ho a owo ema yen asoman. Ye jidi say uko take a decision between Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and former President Mahama. Esa wo hwe say mpenimfo mienu we omumu hwan eni ye wo jidi say ode nokre akomapa and integrity ebeye adwuma. Clearly between the two leaders there, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is standing tall, and that is why we believe say going into these elections, we as a people must rally ourselves together behind Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and get into this election, elect him so he can consolidate the gains we have made. Obebo and the pie to me no buy. Na afi dia akana yentumi ye no. Wetumi aboa na wahwe na waye. Ene yebedi mmebum youth sports and employment ehun komo. Yaka education, yaka health, yaka road, yaka transport sector, railways, aviation, marine, and our maritime. And then on the next chapter show, we discuss youth and sports development. What has been the MPP scorecard under sports? What has been the MPP scorecard under youth development? What has been the MPP scorecard when it comes to entrepreneurship and job creation? This is the next chapter. Stay with us for the next 1.5 hours and let's talk about the facts and the issues. Aha, yen chantro. Aha, yen diatem. Aha, yen kasentia penibia. Empo, yen kasentia akolebia. Yedia yetumia ye. No kre wumuno. Ini ebe kacho. Na washwe no so. Na odi atuaba amaye. Ebuzafo, sports development. And just as we always do, no, ye say the new patriotic party, ye ba beimua, ye boy a homoding, essaying the National Democratic Congress. And no dear a idea bakwa, ye would jidie wumupa. And side jidie no, based on the facts and the issues and ye emotions. Ye dear in ye. NDC fonso omodia omo fambra ne enfam toto ho so wo hwe omodia na so gidi say omodia no based on the facts no omodia na ekọ anim sen ya wo de betumi e de amomo ba ye de ye wo gidi pa say when you look at the facts and the issues we've done better than the NDC when it comes to sports development. Omampeni kufo ba abemu between the year 2000 and 2001 ohun say Ghana your sports and semono akechi kakra atosin kakra, especially when it comes to infrastructure and be holding the entire sports development and to quickly or decide say or be putting a lot of investment into providing sports infrastructure into mobile kaya within the period or constructing and or renovating several sports facilities and mostly you'd recall that a lot of them when once and no any holding bepe when na me no ka say second year Sipon Stadium, Tamale Stadium, or upgrading Accra Sports Stadium and the Babaya Sports Stadium. That was the time we saw infrastructure development. You have opportunity. You do hold the African Cup can 2008 and African FN is saying football history. I can say it was one of the best hosted shows and I say football tournament. Until Oman Peninkufo Ebe provided all of these infrastructure development within the period. But you better to say you know from that period no man said mfa bibi strong kubi anka. In fact kakra no ye no komu gya to man say ye proye. Apart from Sa Stadium ya mabubo din ya Sipon, Tamale, Accra Sports Stadium na di osi. Osan so constate Cape Coast Sports Stadium. E ma wo share Cape Coast Sports Stadium asiansa odi nedwuma to ho ansa wako. Now the MPP over the period in terms of sports infrastructure and sports investment obie ni wa obetumi aka say nedwuma esen yen in the new patriotic party and then no I'll prove that President Akufo-Addo's remarkable effort in developing Ghana's sports sector is commendable. That was a continuation of normal Omanpenin Kufo Ebabeye. And all the sports infrastructure development Omanpenin Kufo year between 2001 to 2009 from 2008 from 2009 to 2016 you know confirm it had to take Omanpenin Kufo Asefo to come back 8 years later before we try to come and rebuild, and that is the point I always make. Say Madaroma, some mistake been a year in 2008 for the first time in the history of this country. Let's give the MPP an opportunity to continue a third term and bring whatever we are doing to a complete finality. Sankaye to me an opportunity to us so normal Omanpenin Kufo year and so prekopa anka ye koye ni mu intentem sense na be say ya say mbre bia ye ba na ya be siesie ne oma no ye wi a na ye de yama ya no maba no ma be say no na ye ya say aba biem ye ba ye beba no kakra na ye na anka say to aso no oma say dinti say sai koye chi ye sai koye biem na ye sai ba ya na etwe oma na ye den ekoye chi. And that's why we are saying that based on what we've been able to do, we should be allowed to continue. Most of the sports stadium we have to come and renovate and come and facelift them. Accra Sports Stadium, we had to put in, a friend is 2018, we had to put in a lot of investment to renovate Accra Sports Stadium. This is a news article in 2021. Accra Sports Stadium at 98% completion. Kumasi Stadium to be closed down for renovation. 2019, Kumasi Sports Stadium, we had to put in an investment to do that as well. Renovation works at Babaya Sports Stadium, Kumasi nears completion. In 2021, now yedesa jumedie no so eba ewie. It's something that na as a hard drain when we continuously have a situation where yeba ya de ni nyina ewie yebe a na omoba na mabese no the hard drain. It becomes very difficult. Aliyu Mahama Sports Stadium to undergo renovation 2023. And also, it's something, an investment that the government had to do. Renovation of National Sports Stadium done in phases. You'd realize that for 8 years I NDC for Bayern. Question is, obi so mo say stadium na Omanpenin Kufo ba be sie nyina ojaye Esipon, Tamale, Kumasi, Accra, Cape Coast that obey nyina no owie no what happened to it? For 8 good years no, what did they do? I nunti Omanpenin Kufo Asefo had to come back again before we come and get all of these things done for the people of this country. Now Nana Danko Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia one of the things they realized was that beyond sports infrastructure now, you can't want some stadium no. We needed to build the community sports. Say mantem no. What are we doing to ensure say Ghana for baby awo bia no ubenya facility bia say o pese we engage in sports. We a young boy, we a young girl. Ah, pese we develop our talent in sports. Abet we facility bi na we use. Na answer na me baso no. Mo me hear video we na mutie video we na fe. Mama mo all the facts and the details behind the video. Moment I heard video here, renowned sports journalist Dan Kweku Yeboah and some more Kanye when it comes to sports development and Nanado Dan Kweku Fado and the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
And Nanado Kwame.
Yeah.
Before he assumed office, na AstroTurf say Ghana yet 3. Miensa. Say those days me kaipa say kotokobo African kapa. No nya AstroTurf. They had to travel from Kumasi to go and camp in Sogakope so they can have access to AstroTurf. As we speak, there were about 150 AstroTurfs are constructed.
Really?
Oh yes. Into a bus sports infrastructure Kwame and no nanchen. Where stadium na and a stadium na yekase President Kufuor C2. Nana do see 10. 6 are ready for commissioning.
Really?
Oh yes. Nanya stadium, youth centers no. And just stadium and yabobo also. A sports complex. Into your tartan tracks you did 2 America. A grass sports stadium say you eat tartan tracks if you. Any other sports baby above volley into like a complete sports complex.
How come say NT Sansen win now?
Come say a ministry nankazano say we are 10 and a 6 are ready for commissioning. Come share Legon a stadium. President Kufuor started and winning. They say it's almost completed. For the first time, Ghana warm up tartan track e Legon. Apart from stadium now, President Kufuor do see for African Games. For the first time in our history, you are saying a warm up tartan tracks. When international competitions, athletes they need to warm up. Yeah, you be Legon. You are saying a rugby stadium e Legon for the first time in our history. Kwame, Oko Botemana, you see swimming pool, aquatic center. And the last time any federations require inspection, almost say it is one of the best swimming pools in Africa.
I see.
Aquatic center, tennis court, any indoor sports hall. And these are all infrastructure about we are provided for sports alone, not to talk about other sectors.
Now, what does
apart from that, renovation of our stadium under President Mahama, you have 3 sports ministers, they all promised renovating their grass sports in Obianye. Muntaka promise one year. Honorable Nilante promise one year. Dr. Mustafa also promise just a grass sports in renovation. But about we are here, our renovations need now. And what's our yes infrastructure?
It was for this is how far Nanado Dan Kweku Fado Dr. Bawumia government is going in building the fundamentals of our sports in our communities. Critical, crucial. And I'll come to the details. My bad details, but the point is that I realize here, we need to find a way you be making sure a region, be a district, be a constituency, be a no. You better be in sports facilities, be a youth, no better because now it's big business. And you big exports, football, athletics, rugby, all manner of sports. It's a big deal. But as a country, you need to develop it. How do you develop it? You need to provide the facilities for the people. And see, a buying start here say, provide sports infrastructure across the country, all over the country. Now we started into the National Youth Authority, government through the National Youth Authority, started youth resource centers. Now youth resource centers, your friend of youth resource center and say, and yes, stadium a bias stadium or stadium now. No, the facilities will be account to Rahwa table tennis court, lawn tennis court, baby a share football, baby a badminton, baby all manner of activities for the young people. It be what tartan tracks in America was near there, and that's why it's called a resource center for the youth. But it's a full-blown sports stadium. I buy AC, I buy a provider for each of the 10 regions. And now, as at the time, but no can say the other 6 new regions and also the EBA up. Youth resource centers construction begins in all 10 regions. This started in 2018. 2018, and here we are in Youth Resource Center. The next one, Kofodia Youth Resource Center. This is what was commissioned recently and a few months ago. And they Kofodia where say this is one of the best infrastructure that they've seen in the region for years. One of the best infrastructure they've seen in the region. In fact, the recent Independence Day in Ukraine, and you host a full-blown stadium with all other facilities are here to develop the youth. Youth Resource Center ewo Yendi, Northern Region there in here. Enti Greater Accra there ewo ho. Kaneshi Sports Complex. Volta Region there ewo ho. Volta Region there in Ukraine. So I think say recently we did I think that before Kofodua Independence Day, Independence Day no ewo ho no. Eastern Region Kofodua ni in a Hindi Asante Region. Bono Region there was Doman Hinkru. Donkwa on a fin ewo Central Region. Western Region there was Axim. Northern Region there ewo Yendi. Upper East Region there was Navrongo. And the Upper West Region there ewo wa. Ladies and gentlemen, this government is putting up 10 sports stadia at the same time for every region. And there's 6 new regions and so this must be completed. This must be protected. And then the other 6 and also must be given an opportunity to also have DS. When it comes to the sports centers, and I say the youth resource centers, this is a scorecard. The reason why the youth resource centers are important is that it helps to bring these facilities very close to the people. Gone were the days and Azuma Nelson Sports Complex, Ewo Kaneshi. Azuma Nelson Sports Complex, that is a venue for the Greater Accra and as a location for the Greater Accra Youth Resource Center. Why can't we have it for every region? And that's what the government has done. Between 2009 and 2016, the NDC did zero, nothing, absolutely nothing when it comes to developing these youth resource centers. In fact, Azuma Nelson Sports Complex, by the time I about Bemuna Atatia Pansam, Apro, today it's been facelifted. This is our scorecard. Between 2017 and 2024, youth resource centers, 10 of them in Abai put up. 3 have been completed, 7 at various stages of completion. Most of them are at about 95%, 90% completion rate. This must be protected. This must be consolidated. And then it would give an opportunity for the other new region 6 in Akano for them to also have DS. Another innovation, and idea bakwa abai when so sadia ba, very important, crucial, the astroturfs. Now, astroturfs, the objective of government, and they say, the youth resource centers and about region B, region B, and the identity every constituency and now every district, and so enya astroturf. Now, young friend develop talent. So imagine every district or every constituency has a football club, and imagine every district or every constituency has these astroturf football pitches are on the also. Just imagine what will happen to Ghana football and Ghana sports and then the Ghana youth and those with the talent in this country. And unti and I buy or yeah na dream say a coin be so you be provided these astroturfs. As at the time I buy bemu na Ghana total of astroturfs what Ghana for astroturfs do ade wo my wemu eye insia 6. Insia no krampo na emu miensa eye private people there and there, the whole country, the whole of this country, the country had 3 astroturfs. 3 astroturfs. That is all we had in this country. And the government, Nanado Danko Ekufuado, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia government, resolved to say, you're making sure say, our facilities, close to the people at the constituency and district level, no, we are going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, with all excitement and in all humility, we are glad to announce this government has unprecedentedly provided astroturfs in the history of this country. Abembia and Yebida. Astroturf I want Jankrum Methodist School any Alajo hey omo astroturf any Bremai astroturf. Look at this beautiful facility. Now our facility our community. A bear day. And a lot more Michaelisians, a lot more Kudus Mohammed, a lot more Thomas Party. This is the Abasa astroturf. Agona SDA Training College or astroturf in here. Senchi astroturf in here. eyina se astrotef nie ofo ase honorable kojo opon kroma ofo ase ayirebi astrotef nie achemansa district omo astrotef nie Salaga astrotef nie Madina astrotef nie Madina astrotef udu Libya Kotesa ufa Libya Kotes na do abun se ewo Libya Kotes wo eho astrotef a emrante ne maba eja edi agro nie. This is our scorecard when it comes to astrotef development in this country. Between 2009 and 2016, astrotef miensa pe and a buying a provided amount on mining in between 2017 and 2024. Nanado dan kweku for the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia buying every astrotef 114. You see astrotef 114 every. They are na ewo ho no miensa na ewo ho no emu baako a na esese yesiesie no yaye ena they are yegusu a ye ya yenwie ya eye in progress 35 na objective ne say at least one constituency one astrotef nansi ya me my beloved Ekwapem North Ekropon constituency yenya ye de kama National Lotteries Authority when you abema Sami Awuku Ababesi Amayen from the National Lotteries Authority. Very beautiful interface ene se wokọ Ekropon na ubisa say ehimfa na brand ebe to be develop your talent. We aka so yenko PT is a big field. And PT is a big field a stadium. This is what the government has done. It's what the government has done. They say all the state agencies, state institutions, government of Ghana, Obiebwa, District Assembly Common Fund, Ebwa, AC Astrotef, National Lotteries Authority, AC Astrotef, Ghana Gas, AC Astrotef, GMPC Foundation, AC Astrotef. Everybody is helping. Obia Ebwa to make sure say Aban would realize this objective of providing one constituency with one Astrotef. This must be protected. This has been achieved, unprecedented, never happened before in the history of this country. As at the time I bought in 2017, na Ghana Astrotef say we nyina eye miensa, and 114 year 35 ongoing. This is a major achievement. Nobody can downplay it. And as I would drive it now, I drink and honor walk now do benkum so I na aka can we drew towards former President Rawlings via. You see young people playing football at 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Light is so talent development ongoing. Now they feel Astrotef and so crowd and say, and your football name me can kwane so and your sports and kwane. It is even providing the communities with locations and venues for social activities. Internally, Astrotef weddings, funerals, any day some communities are even having multiple use for these Astrotefs. This must be protected so that constituencies they also have an opportunity to get it. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's objective and the next chapter for youth and sports development, and they say every constituency in this country, every district in this country must have at least one Astrotef. Say, and in Ghana, there are some constituencies that are more than one. In Sawo Madreji has about 3 Astrotefs or so. Every constituency must have this opportunity. Or compare parties in Yununa, Bako ye miensa, Bako aye 150. Clearly, making a decision between these two political parties is very easy. Bako deliver, Bako ekasa unto me deliver. And that is our scorecard. And this is what we stay. And then we know say by this time, ebi mo bought Sunday Stars. Echena ebi mo Monday Stars. About 5:30, 8 p.m. na ebi mo bought football. Eboa ema omukro mo in the corporate world no krampo no. Onya kwan bi so etenete na po mu. Ade sa 10 kra otumi kotrete na po bu pass balls nkakrakra na wakoda anopa na wako edwuma. Opo edwuma no kodu fie 8 otumi sansesa na won hye boot eko Astrotef so eko ball. You know, this is how you engender. As our mind provided science environment, you might move for to me enya hoto kakra. No mu to me gigi o mani kakra. Enye de bia na ukodano when you're not track no akwaduma no akodano when you know. And the government is actually provided. And nei nkola enya playground. Enkane no nanka nkola ye pie ba bonte be nya baby hia edin komodi agro edu baby na essay ye lose ni nyina. Recent times children were no longer coming out to play because there were no playgrounds, there were no community spaces. We didn't have communal spaces, open spaces for children to engage and play. Nti ya may enei omote mantem and I say omote area ba ko so mo nimo mo because they don't come out, they don't have safe places to play. Astrid FC provided safe places for our children to engage, to play, to socialize, and to engage a lot more. At least it brings the community together. At least it keeps the young people together. It provides spaces and places for young people to engage, know each other, contribute ideas, and then ensure that the society is being built on a healthy ground. Therefore, we are taking a decision on 7th December, and that decision must be based on who delivers. In the midst of the challenges, who delivers. Yawo how ne amane ne munyina no hwan na adwuma no oye. Oha na bebrese de ebeba ebeto obia ne mum between mpenimfo mienu no hwan na betime. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is a doer. John Mahama, His Excellency, the former president, is a talker. He talks, Dr. Bawumia does. That is a fact. And Yaminameka, the numbers are speaking for itself. Yeguswa ye kenyine na yebisa ye ho say infrastructure na yesi no krampo no, how does it position this country in the eyes of the global community? Ekwan be na faswa ema yesisi nti yesisi wie no mfaso be na ebenya wo so. Omampeni kufo ehya ase say OC University of Ghana Sports Stadium when we enofi aban mu painfully for 8 good years yenya ban foforo omo wie sa stadium no, and I keep saying it it's time ye be ma ho kwan na ban atoa so wie na dwuma prekope because ensonso ni bi no for 8 years University of Ghana Sports Stadium white elephant esiwa efu aye forest. It took the same on Mampeni Kufo for to come back and come and complete University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Ye wie no enei you see Boteman Sports Stadium. Now I make all African games na America no. Me say mo me hwe Boteman Sports Stadium video no. Ye hwe wi a me ba na ya ba betoa nkomo no so. Boteman Sports Stadium. Way what the core competition ye the Boteman Sports Stadium you kototo stadium we are finding in our head and first a bit with the second. It can compete with any sports facility you can think about in this world. 1,000-seater competition swimming pool. That is a 10-lane competition swimming pool, 8-lane warm-up swimming pool, 1,000-seater multi-purpose sports hall for basketball, badminton, boxing, table tennis, weightlifting, 500-seater temporary dome for handball, volleyball, judo, karate, taekwondo. Sa normal way nyina yesi ewo Boteman. Yasanso see the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, 10,000 capacity sports stadium with the modern Mundo track. Mate say even University of Ghana Walker you see one of the biggest rugby is it the biggest rugby playing field in Africa I hear. Ewo friend say University of Ghana. And this is what the MPP can do for this country. This is what the MPP can do for this country. This is what we have delivered for this country. This is what we have done for this country. We, NMA, you to me hosted the 13th African Games. You know, your man is fair. So we host the African Games and that's more. Say Africa countries in Yina be eba woman we host. It's because Abai provided the infrastructure. Into mobile AstroTurf ICC and also na countries yomu training across the city. Stadium ICC University of Ghana, Boteman Sports Complex ICC. We share Boteman kwanya ya ye. I ne ebie ashalebuche emu towards your friend is saying the motorway. Kwanya afe ye bie amache say ne the investment are buying Asiano Ebusiafo is an investment that is worth protecting. I see a bomb buying near Sumi. Na you making sure. Now the air say you can't see a baby see your friend is saying your baby 13th for African Games. You say wow man pinda that don't join the one mama. I see you I didn't cry bit me I late. Former Ghanaian president urges country to pull out of staging African Games, 28 October 2022. Former President Mahama has urged his country to pull out of staging next year's African Games if it's not too late. I say I didn't hear to me yet. I say he's warning that the games would severely stretch our already precarious finances by millions of cedis. And I did to me you watch ye or mine you watch ye into to me yet into a buy a yen chum. Now, Ghana de ye no bibi no ya betwe into yen to me he is recommended say Senkabeya yenja ye. That is what he said. And on board the party for nyina no mu nyina di na say all African Games no kra no yen to me yen twum. Ye wie na busuafo Nyankopon a ompe bone. Nyankopon a omma ne mba enemu ngu ase. Nyankopon a owo nakoma daga na man ho. O make sure say all African Games no will become successful. I feel the African Games was a monumental disaster for Ghana. Ye wie na ade na koyie no. NDC for no minority in parliament. African Games was a monumental disaster. Ade na mo American man to be. Ball no man bobi. Volleyball man bobi. Badminton man bobi. Just say bibi enu amuye bi o. Mo no ye wie na obi a wiase afanye nyina aboje so se ya ade. Esa ne se na mo senka emen yenje. Yenjai na aye yenti ayemo ya. Afi dem see ade no was a disaster. But BBC organizers no omo boa na ya ade no ebo Ghana abaso na minority any omo leaders so te Ghana card for IOC member William Blake praises Ghana for successful hosting of African Games. IOC International Olympic Committee we are see afane nyina omo hwe maye athletics say ye ko Olympic Games ni ade ni niamaniama no o say Ghana ya ade pa we kwan ye first wa ye hosti all African Games no na mo ma nchema ade ba ko wi so de di kai o mampeni dada say ade ni yenjai yentumi nye Ghana de ade betumi ade papa bi anti yenjai yentie ene ye course no ye boa ye ho ne ye ka Ghana fo nyina ka mo ho bo mu mo hwe Ghana fo a course e call e friend say event no edu baby kwa na be ye friend say recreation ama families Enti badminton obe kone busua bi no mo de omo ball mo busua no makɔhwɛ football. It was very competitive. It was a fun-filled period for the people. And just Shekrampo no, the 13th African Games no was a period of bringing the people of Ghana together. Edu baby no, your pro edwuma na bankers wa run the tie. No we yin suit, no that send the car mu. No we drive, no we University of Ghana. Okɔhwɛ rugby, okɔhwɛ hockey, okɔhwɛ handball, okɔhwɛ volleyball. And so now papa you say enjoy into me. After the Ghana for a shot say yeah na ye winning medal back. Ye winning medal. I didn't Ghana for I don't know someone yade. I don't know someone yade. You do baby medal table no. And fat some kase munjai muntie. The athletes were not ready. Yankopo Adaroma. The God who has given us his people the confidence to believe in possibilities. Say everything is possible if you put your mind and your heart to it. That it is possible to host a successful African Games as a country, Ghana, even in the midst of challenges. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and the people of Ghana rallied together. Yekayehu bomu and hosted one of the most successful African Games. Why? Because you believe in possibilities. And no, and the man Ghana recorded the highest medal in the history of all African Games for us. Medals were all African Games we know. All African Games via medals in here. This was the games the leader of the opposition party can say yen to me yen. This was the games the minority in parliament can say yen to me yen. We ended up hosting one of the best and the most successful African Games ever in the history of all African Games. International Olympic Committee for ECA. We ended up winning one of the highest medals you can think of in African Games. And the medals spoke for itself. Now, it is the reason why Bepemone, as we speak today, some we are aware, say former President Mahama, on to me and congratulating Ghana, any athletes no, for their performance at the All African Games. Some we are aware. It be simple that. Ahoya ben kwa, emuoya ben kwa, enibre ben kwa. President Kufuor says so University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Obeye Vice President 4 years, went to me and see one for Sanka. Obeye President 4 years, one for Sanka. Na nado Dankwa Akufo-Addo Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia bae oma besi awie asen akobote man akobie kwan mu akosi sports stadium esi ho e hosti all African Games osi omunjai omonsi derby. We are in difficulties, but we still need to ensure that we put Ghana on the map. You hosti all African Games. Yeah, no mosi Ghana for nyade eto hompe. We no Ghana for achieve one of the best performances in the history of all African Games. Yeah, bigger than we did on the you winning medal say that like we did at the All African Games. In thinka the noble thing to do. The SSA we are say, okay say we did I got it wrong. Mema mutrimkwa. Congratulations to the country Ghana. Congratulations to the athletes. Inti omo mo call emnike yo mo wini omo mpeni omo nya wo citizens. Omo mpeni da John Dramani Mahama. Omo mo je medals ya omo de take Ghana ni mo de see enonyam yi. Are they not citizens of this country? You are fighting to be president. Won't you be president over these people? Why? Why is it so difficult for you? I didn't know ya ma say ube to me I congratulate Sankrofo. I didn't hear. Because they are your people. Your citizens. I now we need GDS from to me. And you're being a what's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So we understand. And nobody is faulting you for that. You have been president before. So we know. We know your confidence level. We know your belief in possibilities. We obey your penny down. Until we are not surprised. Say, now we need GDS say you bet to me. And now we need GDS so nobody is surprised about that. But at least are successful. Your athletes, winning medals. Come and congratulate them. Me no ka say, it's sunny acquire your first one. Acquire your first one. Ye hosting all African Games in it. And I am reading say and draw an answer. African Athletics Competition. It's a championship. You win a bid. You win a bid to host it in 2026. You win it. Emma, abrofona ne African countries na akrampo catch and say kebeya Commonwealth Games in Ukraine and kayembede. Why? Because they have realized we did so well in the All African Games and we have the capacity to do that. And in as African Athletics Championship, you bet to be a way. Now, ebia memeka, we be say makama na broso. We may intie the afufro. Omo mo be experience All African Games. Omo kafa Ghana ho.
So your name and your country?
Oh, my name is Membi Obayemi. I'm a journalist from Nigeria.
And how did you find the games?
Very interesting and quite impressive from the Ghanaian government because this is the first time they are hosting such a magnitude event and they pulled it off in this crazy global economy. And they made everybody really comfortable and we felt like
we felt like at home.
It was great.
We felt like we were at home. And I was telling, few people there that I don't think there's any difference between Ghanaians and Nigerians. To be honest. I'm not even kidding. But it was a good tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless of all the little issues here and there, which is bound to happen, but the fact that you're able to host this much, number of persons, like she said, in this crazy economy, because I mean the economy is affecting almost everybody. So it was a good tournament.
And then putting the athletes and officials and fantastic dieting, the
Yes.
food was enough.
We ate well.
Great.
I didn't miss one square meal. I ate 3 times a day. I swear.
You see that?
Yeah.
The food was great.
The food was
Great,
even though we like as Nigerians we like spicy. Yeah, we still enjoyed it.
So Ghana needs to now, uphold its legacy for hosting of this competition, and we hope that Egypt, which is the next host, will replicate or even, surpass what Ghana has put up here. Congratulations, Ghana.
Yes.
Your visitors, omo ba Ghana ebe experience All African Games. Omako we mo these are athletes, journalists. Omako All African Games in so many countries, so many versions. Edi dance here for Ghana. Ekwan ya first one you host All African Games. I think say ne and you may utifie. Now we share videos here. Put your hands on your chest and be proud of your country for what we did with the All African Games and the fact that we are even winning, if anything, a lot more of these laurels. Now, the assurance, and they say, we will continue to develop a lot more infrastructure. Then, Amaya Hodo Air Free and say, embedding host to Commonwealth Games in the others 9 days. We need a bid to host the African Athletics Championship in 2026. Abai is committed to build even bigger sports infrastructure than we have now. Yes, University of Ghana Sports Stadium no quickly. But government is committed in ensuring that we build a lot more of such facility. Ensure University of Ghana Sports Stadium no quickly. Ghana Sports Stadium. This is a beautiful edifice. We a legacy that needs to be protected and even replicated as a be other campuses. I mean, we should have the KNUST Sports Complex. Pajo Sports Stadium is a developing area bigger. Senior University of Ghana Sports Stadium. No, it's a University of Cape Coast. It's a UDS. It's a University of Energy and Natural Resources. It's a polytechnics. This is how you develop a country. Sports is a critical aspect of the economy of every country. If you do it and do it well, the dividends you will get as a country, is one that would have rippling effect in so many aspects. And that is what this government is committed to. We're committed towards building a sports infrastructure backbone that will harness talent. Ebema emebu mrantie maba omo wasa achede asunku we no omenya ebia won be develop sa achede we. This is what Nana Danko Ekufo-Addo has delivered to this country. Na ebusuafo mesremo momenya fantu yetim say University of Ghana Sports Stadium President Kufo ehya ase na ohya ase no wanwie ena NDC are buying by between 2009 and 2016. Let us put it on record. Say for 8 years, facility a wushei, omujato eho emane forest. It will be a use Madina to Accra Kwabena be say na University of Ghana supposed to Akash and room. It has to take President Kufuor Asifo to come back and the same MPP to come and complete this. Imagine say anka ye ma MPP to us so right after President Kufuor anka we anka ye wie ema ye bi so ayeden aka ho. This is one of the reasons why we are appealing to every voter say come December 7th. We have difficulties. We have challenges. But our successes is say your born by. Let's give Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia that opportunity. Na kakra na ye no onbo ho ban. Na de aka na yentumi ye no onhwe no wie den enyema ye. Yanye ne saa. Omo ba ya no mo ba ombetwe ni nyina san. Ye ba na ya san so abehya se biem. Esa ema ebre ebem. Yeah, sports, you know, closely connected to sports is the general youth development. In Mebun, they are the future of this country. Omuna omaida nina isi omuna iso. E kwan ben and a buying air faso, a developing Mebun. Na ya share and make sure say a branty na baba bia baby will be an obenya nine papa day. Ejina so. Ye jitum say Mranti ne maba emmebu ene the backbone de ye nyina no ye momo enunti ena Nana Dranko ko Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia immediately ye ba mu ye prioritize the development of the youth, and in youth development you are looking at skills adding value to the young person. Enti education is crucial. Enunti ye education muhu ye say from the KG level all the way to the tertiary level. The various reforms and transformation are buying EBA. It's geared towards ensuring say every young Ghanaian has the needed or the requisite skills to make a leapfrog into the future. So no Ghanaian youth should be left behind as a result of poverty. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is saying basic education is now up to the secondary level. One school or secondary school there. And that is what this government has done. We are secondary school no, or tertiary, or kwakotuaso. So we could develop skills, we develop skills, technical, vocational, and all manner of skills, including entrepreneurship opportunities. A young person need to be a baby in a super ejina. And the most important thing is say, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia buying the innovation. Aye a pillar say. A kwaya mranti a omo adwempo sonko ni ideas sonko bi ombetumi nya amboa no ombetumi this ideas no aba into reality. And see there are a lot of programs and systems and processes activities are by editor akwemu. We'll talk about the youth employment program, we'll talk about the Ghana Entrepreneurial Agency, Ghana Enterprise Agency, we'll talk about the National Entrepreneurial Innovation Program, NEIP, and all those programs are buying the aba just to ensure say the young Ghanaian will have an opportunity to also thrive and grow and be productive towards the development of this country. Why ye any ebedi kan ka ho asem? Why ye MPP eba? And you see almost everything we talk about in this country ne fapem no obehwehwe ma bon say ekopie wo MPP abreso. But over the period no why ye asesenya sakrae bebre ba eniswade hu ba ko pe na why ye ewo President Kufuor realize ye say at some point na emebo ne mrantie nwumasem asai tama ye ba be mu no. So the youth employment agency was established to provide space for the young Ghanaian to work and contribute towards the development of this country, and at the same time obenya sike bi ayi ahye ne bottom nti dia why ye ne say we ya brantie we do ho bedom na ye training wa na ban aboa na ya fa wadwumem na wo so wa contribute towards the development of this country. Nti why ye no, it was a response President Kufuor year no de buy to deal with the high unemployment rate MPP abambebe to year in the year 2000. And see, that was introduced and launched in 2006 with the aim to provide decent employment. Until now, the news I didn't want to be making sure say at the end of the day, you know, a brand any a baba ebi owo bi abenya edume bi aye. Was or pursue all of that dreams. But in doing this, you know, of course, National Health Insurance, you did who say yedeba NDC for Kohuntokwa, free senior high school, yedeba NDC for Kohuntokwa, free maternal care, yedeba NDC for Kohuntokwa, school feeding, yedeba NDC for Kohuntokwa, any number be. The point is that Embra na yede youth employment agency yebano. Let us put on record say NDC fought the youth employment agency, the introduction of it. They fought it simply because source of funding na President Kufuor person kofa no the pia youth employment. Almost they be almost penny that. Almost penny a year who demonstrations here who never be almost they be NTS ye ma ma ade what President Kufuor can say oh it's it we farm me munejuba. Until the ebeye say we are caller. Ye fa talk tax kitu e bimbra se be ya we call. Ye betumi de saa sika no e de akoye youth employment na saa embrante dodo nyina enye dwuma. Omo si o da bi. Ye ma wo mfa a friend is saying talk tax be and I'm sure a lot of you remember all the things they did through the CJA on the talk tax near there. Almost say they will not agree, they will not allow that to happen and all of that. But President Kufuor, just as MPP government always do, we made sure say we stand firm and we introduced SAR 2006 and YE program, and it was a stopgap measure to introduce various employment models. I cut it across socio-economic, political, religious, ethnic factors to cushion the youth from experiencing hardship. It was a temporary measure. President Kufuor Deba say, "You fan mbrante bebe no munye juma, intrani no munye mujenti." And President Kufuor no over 106,000 young people, and under President Kufuor, you form under youth employment across 7 models: community, education, teaching assistant. Tumbekaya. Why you started first under Kufuor no na teacher for people teachers be no mo ye adwuma na why you tuomoka community police Kufuor police, that was one of the famous models. Kufuor police was introduced under President Kufuor. Presence officers, President Kufuor. Youth in fire assistance, waste and sanitation, graduate internship and industrial attachment model, and a community health workers model. So these were all introduced simply to ensure say a lot of these young people are omunye juma ya na sambre no unemployment na kosro 2000 muno na ye pe solution quickly no make you do baby no President Kufuor my mebu nya akoye line and I'm sure a lot of you remember to register those who were unemployed, and this was a stopgap measure within that period to ensure say we deal with it. Yeah, they buy they fought it and said they will not agree, they will not and then fast forward 2008 President Kufuor the way yaba 106,000 beneficiaries ya former Juma Kufuor police, presence, health workers, people teachers ya dey nyina and this for say talk tax and ya mamu nye a more mine omo buy pepe and we happy to get more talk tax cash no more be increase and I keep saying it they came to increase tax now President Kufuor the banner almost say almost no when they had an opportunity they increased it was almost levy no more can we are kai say what presidents say ya no motie anytime at the pape bia bebe my they will fight it. They for African games sports kra mo fight here sports ye media agro kra mo fight here. So that almost automatic mode in inside the papa ba yen kuntia because e ba e be kwa mo aban no yen pene. But almost all the time history tells us say everything the NDC fight almost all the time they make sure say omo ba mu omo dada ya de nkontompo de ntro dada ya na to aba mo ba ade na omo se omo mpe no omo ye no mo talk tax na President Kufuor de ba na de youth employment omo se omo mpe no NDC for buy no they increased it fatut chim omo ba in the year 2009 no omo be year reforms enti omo sasa anyway why National Youth Employment Agency no SSA no NGIDA Ghana Youth Employment and Entrepreneurial Development Agency GIDA. In 2012, a go through some review to strengthen its operations, normally the entrepreneurship, and almost society, and GIDA. During the period under former President Mahama 103,360 beneficiaries in almost far under the new GIDA, under 11 models. Inti models now present the for the bar 7 no, almost the 4 back home. Emani 11, and I say it was increased to 11, which was a very good thing. Into community education teachers, no, health workers, no, police, no, e-health assistant, no, environmental protection officers, the back youth in Arabic, youth in coastal sanitation model, youth in fire service, youth in paid internship, youth in prison service, youth in which was a very, very good thing. But note this, President Kufuor had 106,000 beneficiaries. Almost drop in from 106,000 to 103,360. Into almost drop in beneficiaries, money by film crowd from maybe President Kufuor, a giant. Then in 2013, Mokai the GIDA scandal. Almost discano. GIDA sikano. Why ye sikana? No more say talk tax no more pay. Omo buy and I feel the omo core cabinet co approve increase talk tax. No, this can about more until they now create, they looted and shared the money. So in 2013, there was a huge scandal under the FNSA GIDA program. Omo chase can in DNA and crankre bikeka. In fact, Mokai a confirmed saga no. So that was the time I confirmed saga. Almost see Omo Koton confirm Omo Babenye Omo. I feel you and confirm almost you confirming the 2 if Ghana Eco Burkina. And confirm na yedi aban sika akotono. And you see there's a certain thing there so say onam na o ka say oba ne employment or even so be man nkoko bu nkete na waton nkoko ba amaye. Someone say that's what you say you do. Or say oba my EACC nkoko bu nkete na watoto nkoko ma amaye. Na yenye nkoko na no mato. Omoto a na yeton kosia na say kosia na sa na yaton nkoko ma no so. That's how ton nkoko na say adwuma na good no. But the same model omo ka say omo ye guinea fowl or guinea fowl ne do baby no ye koye no omo say in confirm na eden etu omo nyina akọ Burkina we couldn't find even one of this one. So robbing the state, the case of GIDA, this was May 2013. omo wia GIDA sikeni nyina chedie omo wia GIDA sikeni nyina omo wia ni nyina chedie. We cannot forget about these things. Enche you 2013 yeah. We cannot forget. They stole them. Omu via mranteni mebusi kenye die. Egu GIDA omu guno. Adia President Kufuor share na ekone ni mo no ye 106,000 and KBN ka oba na di bia ka ho no. Afeka da obe drop no ko 103,000. Omu sika kakra kra so no. Ugu no. E diskani nyina editwa wenum. Asontaba in another Guinea fowl controversy. And confirm name kokodi omu mfendi agoka. Former President Mahama Sada and the wasted opportunity for the Northern Development Authority. Tomo fowl mine sika. So omu kwa ye mpuntu juma wo north. No mo de aboa emmebu ni mrante e wo north. Omu wie no, omu di ni nyina, omu first kan nyina die. Omu chedi without recourse to the future of this country. But of course, after all of these scandals and sikedie basabasa omu go GIDA no. Yamiadom MPP aban sabaye. What have we been doing? This is what we've been doing. Inti yaba bemu in 2017 no. President Kufuor assign a pija why President Kufuor and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia assign so pija why a jumadi mbium. And the models ni bebre ebeka ho. In fact, during the period over 689,848 beneficiaries and I yedi omabeka why ho. 689,848 and I do omabeka why ho. And you see, if you see progress, in fact, this is a friend is saying community police for the back when they buy and come on. Now, former President Mahama, a friend is saying the legacy, maybe a ultra chip headphones and the Makai for say, Monje, Namusa and Koswani or my baby. And they, you know, ye training car you for, you see hostel a momo, you see training school a momo. E training omo e momo capital e kwakosua ade and that is what we are doing on a number so no na omakaye for headpans say omo fast headpans no and konkosua no mamo. But this is what we have done. This is youth insecurity. Means more video no mumbo youth mumbo videos like kakare here.
almost 11 to 12 years here. We were fear, me near to my Yamiadom. Why you buy a medicine who shame and my pass out.
You may be brain a man, if you may buy a number of beer, minimum brothers and a dam. Maybe I assume you will scream to me support so in Abia. Asante Kuku beer, Messiah, a yakam. Into you I find a boy.
My aspiration is to become Director General for Prison Service, and I think all I'm inspiring for will come true one day.
Now, I'm ranting with you and come gufia. Unji de se anka krono ena omubebo. Ana se niema emfata ena mobeye. Ene yebeto youth employment at 103,000 beneficiaries. Ye page muko 689,000. Ye do close to 500,000 beneficiaries. Ene ye di ababeka youth employment ye hui. Ene ye trainee young ye kai ye fu ye trainee omona ya momu sikane jete no omode si omode ayo omo nneoma no omampenda da de nembreso no na oma a friend say headpan or mom headpan say omonje no mo san fanko so anema e wodwum mom ya hwede ye makai fo menim say wo video no ha ye mbo video kakra bi on ye dia ye amakai fo na nsin ye mu na former friend say omampani abedechi Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia eko bie kaya ye training center kaya empowerment program ano we see a dying kese pa bako ashaman bako madina we see bako kumase we see bako ewo techiman just to ensure say ye nuano mu a omodi omo ha kodi kaya ye mu no ye bepe kwa ebiso ne yi omo fi sa adwuma ne ya mom nsa ne adwuma ebetumi abo omo enti baako eba ye no obema omo head pan so omo san fanko so na omo bebre na omo fan ye kaye ye adwuma ne yie baako so ba ye o se da bi ye wo kwan bebre be fa so omo mudidwa ebetumi de omo nneoma akomo kai mu yempe ekwan foforo so na yemmoa emrante no wo hwe obenkum so a former president Mahama eche head pan se kai yefo emfanko so nneoma wo hwe wonifa so a Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia esi training center hostel ho ka yefo eda ho omo da ho no so omo training no aban tua omo ka whilst they are training omo training via na aban amomo akade a omo de ba ko bi omo nnwuma na omo so etumi ede ahye adwuma kakra ase anye hwe krampo no obi wo ho a no filate e no ba be kaya yi onya insane adwuma obekọ fie na wakọ akoto na adwuma so obi wa no fi Busa South obi wa no fi Kubase obi wa no fi Techiman obi wa no fi Sandema obi wa no fi Damongo e no ba nkran so be kaya yi ye nchindi se kaya adwuma no e na sese nipa ne ye na oye kaya adwuma na onya 50 years a obetumi nya sisi aso anoma nti we are providing sustainable way for these young people and these young girls and young boys to survive enunti na Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ebie sa kaya yi center yi anui hwe facility way kaya yi empowerment training center kama yesi and this is what hwe bibi omudeni this is the room this is the hostel bibia omoda obi a oda ka kwan ho obi oda store no omoda kiosk ho omoda dwam ene ya nsuo toyi nsuo muna na pra na paya onim bebi obefa na ukofa Newtown na se nsuo to na hu sene a nkolai ede omo ho akɔhye rubber mu na nsuo to na ɔhye rubber mu a na ubemu na wo no wo se ɔno nje hwiaseamɔ sesa refer no hwiaseamɔ headpan na ɔnfa nkɔso anuoma na ɔnsan ɔntoa so nda kiosk ano na ɔnkɔso nda ka kwan ho Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia said Debbie esi a pek kwan foforo ne kwan papa so ede bebo mo and this is what Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has done to provide a sustainable and dignified way of living for our Kayaye brothers and sisters. Omo classroom omo disu ade ni na ohwese ne a maba yi ne mrantie ye train you omo ewia omo ahye omo ntarea in all the objective this year be 25,000 Kayaye for this first phase 5,000 we mu na first batch a ye training omo wie na ya ma omo boso bi etu omo ka na ya sa ma omo ho aka de se omo fa nko ye omo adwuma o mpe we na wo peden wo mpe we na wo peden ene anya hwekura mpo no okofie a etubi ka so no so a share graduation gown a ekye se okura body ekye se osua makeup se osua soap making se osua detergent bi osua ye osua liquid soap bibia osua bia no okura ho abodi nkrata ono so why ho graduation ekye se just as all other girls are having the opportunity all other girls nails ne nyama nyina yi acrylic nails in the cake nyina young girls and no mu nyina omusua. That is what we have done, and this is our scorecard for our YEA models. Look at this. 2008, 2006 to 2008, President Kufuor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 models. 2012, 2016, Mahama 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 models. 2017, 2024, Nana Dankwe Kufuor Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 models. 2006, 2008, 106,000 beneficiaries. 2012, 2016, 103,000. 2017, 2024, 680,000. 689,848. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our scorecard for the YEA. Now, minim say ebia yebenya YEA for testimonials be ba ko mienu bia na nka yembo quickly na yenko onto the other things.
To me, no, YEA no, aside the salary, no, what I am benefit from it is more than the salary.
I make a vocational school. Maybe a vocational school, no. Now me for challenges be brave. Me niska me debe to ovi. Me niska me debe she. It's one na me say YEA nka. Na me apply na siya me adom. YEA for farm. First na me ye ejuma YEA farm no. Oyansa na o me niska kwa na ye din. Be ma kwa be mo ska. Just one YEA BB and some of the scanner eden or diamond. And so YEA at a romantic. We in the house each.
We are impacting lives and we will continue to impact lives. The Youth Employment Agency has successfully recruited 282 persons with disabilities possessing at least a senior high school qualification. These individuals have been appointed as staff members of our agency.
I am very, very happy and grateful to management of YEA, especially Chief Executive, because in the histories of YEA, we have not employed a mass number of persons with disabilities like we are seeing today. No organization, whether private or government, have employed
Mobekai, no omoshe toll booth. So no mote toll booth no more no mo ye djuma. Ye suspended toll booth edjuma ntina aso mo djuma sem asay no I omoni 282 no. For all of us our information no. YEA afomu nyina edwuma mu a omo ye edwuma abosome bia YEA etua omoka. The persons with disability na no moboa na ye rane na omboa na ye rane e friend say toll booth no ene YEA afomu nyina omoboa na. The good news for 282 persons with disability ne say omo edwuma no e permanent employment a YEA afomu a YEA etua omoka bosome bia omo ye edwuma e de boa kanama permanent employment YEA form on the boa eduma. And see, we move quickly to the NEIP. Abai be who say, Nana Dankwe Kufuor Abai be who say, you will be university, or polytechnic, or medical school, or idea, or your business be obey, or innovation be, or will be a unya obey now, or one no or Pemboa, and Abai the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. A branty a baba walk in the Swadin who dies to be a yes room could be our pemboano, a buying beboa no way training. Not why dear no a born away ship no way training wa we are no a mosca now Odia Quacoye. NEIP, a Jumo Moshas ye, Bini, Yenia Bema, former Deputy Minister John Kuma on a first CEO for the NEIP. Nyankopon enfa ne kra ensie obibia owobia na adwuma pa obeyema oman Ghana. These are all beneficiaries. Sika aban we 150,000. The company near friend Relu Interactives. Oman penny man 150,000, 70,000 useful waste. Scribble word 70,000. Into several of them are buying a more muska. Now a brandy way someone munim no. We should say Ghana ha one of the fastest growing businesses. A pizza man, chicken man. This young, vibrant guy. Or not as our kind of story, no, severally. Our shall see, I know your pizza. Ewo, Kwame Nkrumah University, or you want a room. Our start saying kakran. Or we school, no. And NEIP, National Entrepreneur Innovation Program, yinti. Or to me, the home bedroom, Emma buying, so nothing. Emma no, initial support, no. Emma pizza man, chicken man, a bear household name. This is some of the testament to the life-changing policies are by the Aba. Muhu Abranti so ne former CEO, Dr. John Kuma Etiho. Pizza man, chicken man, or ye graduate of NEIP. Let me put it that way. And this is a testimony. And the testament say when government comes together with one heart and one mind with the people, a lot of things can be achieved. Over the period, several things have been done. Abai provided support to persons with disability, or more ideas and innovations. Ebinye, Nanadam Kukufa, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Netihuya, Omode support Emma Safui. We are tropical growers. We the Miami constituency, Miami district. Young people are almost participating in the presidential pitch, NEIP. We are buying so much. No more bar, so no besi omo greenhouse. If you have not logo that way, somebody na Miami I visited this site myself. Omu yusu technology be a friend of hydroponics. Omu di nsuo ene dua cabbage, nsuo ne dua lettuce, nsuo ne dua carrot ni ade. I know omu toma a lot of the supermarket you can find in Accra, and these are all beneficiaries of the NEIP. Young guy, very young, vibrant guy, innovative guy. Idea or the buyer are or pitch ma or mampeni through NEIP. Or mampeni who say or my idea a very good idea. And a NEIP and boom, and omode set up tropical growers and provided a lot of vegetables. Yemu bebre we fear vegetables e bia kotoye e most of the shops, you know, a free omo farms. This is a scorecard for the NEIP beneficiaries. Me no ka say emrantie ne maba dodo a NEIP e train omo e 267,000. Omo a aban amo musika after training e 52,168. And namusa training yi ene aban sika e de amo nti enwuma omo tumi create ene pizza man chicken man mo hwe ono nko a enwuma we create ewo on my way mu across the country. Total jobs created under the NEIP program 103,871. This is our scorecard. Na the crack no Mr. Mo aban bie ni swade hu ne se ode nhyehyeye ne ntotoya ebema enwuma aba oman yi mu ebeto akwemu. Job creation never ends. It is always something that government must keep doing and keep doing and keep doing and keep doing. Na aban we ye baye dodo na aka ma dodo na so na yaye na dodo na so de wo ho a ese se yetumi eye oka employment NDC for Becca Show say and I na nyume ni ho na we this election we are going into this election on the scorecards. Ye mo bia ntutu futu nche ye ni ye mo bia emfa emotions emfa dada yenko into the polls mo me yehwe during the NDC time yehwe de omo kan when the young people were asking for jobs mo me yentie.
Somebody goes to where there are grasses. You are not just look for a cutlass or a sickle. Cut the grasses, put it in a sack, put it by the wayside for people who breed animals. Every single day, if you do that, somebody will come and buy. You don't need capital enough to do that.
But you need some skill, and these skills are unavailable.
Yeah, I'm talking about those who have that skill.
Okay.
And he said, okay, even in outskirts communities in Accra, go into the bush. Every stone you find, just lift them, put in a bucket, come and pour it there. Every day, do that for 1 month. you will have 2 trips or 3 trips of stone. You don't need any skill to do that.
So this opportunity too is there.
And there are lots of people who
but the president says we don't have the skills.
Yeah, no.
But you say you don't need skills for
no,
this.
He was
the
saying
examples
that,
you have given, you don't seem to need any skills for.
Yeah,
them.
you don't seem to need any skill. You just need to know that these things are available.
Papi Oka say you don't a cabinet minister. Honorable Rashid Pepo, no a cabinet minister. Ewo former President Mahama Abayanso. Omoko cabinet a. Omo nsusu ye no omadwe magana membu ekwanya ombefa so a yebenye adwuma man no ne se yebekwa kwatwa grass e de abegu ka kwan ho ne yaton omadwe a na wo mtirim se yede benye adwuma magana membu ne se yebekosesa embo efi enwurem e de abegu ka kwan ho na da ben e na obesesa ebo enya one trip efi bush abegu ka kwan ho. But that is the vision, that is the plan. Omo adwin pon, and these are the same people are omo chance on baba ministers. Omo foforo bia maye omo ani and this is what they said. This is what they planned for us when we're asking them for jobs. Honorable Sami Ablako Okujeto obi enu ene o twantro wo man we mu say no. Obi enu obo ne sire mu bo ne tiri mu kasa wo man we say MP we. Udi agbo be twantro to so sisi ya no wa chechena so wa sisi ya. O kasa obeyi na no so ntumi yin na no. Obi enu we say no. De bia no ne nam no kaka Sambre no na oye deputy minister of education or tertiary is institutions so university for the polytechnic. Ye kai say in 2013 ye kai say ye pe enwuma ye nya nti ye pe enwuma no sometime na eja ene NDC for running mate grandma Mami Jane no ye minister for education na Sami Okudje Tablakwa ene ye deputy na ye pe enwuma ye nya no or say there are no jobs for the graduates. And they or TV so no kasa as a we are saying nyina woni trim or kasa as ndo no fi asoro ahememba ye or kasa as a ono ye NG chiba asama o kache ye nie said there are no job for us oni adwuma bia man. This is what he told us today. He speaks like he's a cousin to Angel Michael, and these same people are the ones who are waiting and saying say yentu abamomo na omo ba be Ghana to say heaven. Yentu abamomo no mo ba omba be Ghana to say wiase ayenhu bida. NDC everyone say papa we Rasmu Barak no a National Youth Authority under the NDC edu be no a National Youth Authority CEO or Bibisa Emma ne be MP ni ade nyina o ka kire yen say NDC for create 600,000 jobs under Mahama. That's what they told us. Then statistical service for guys say there be 600,000 jobs na mo kan dem boa. 207,000 jobs.
Asempa FM.
Omanhene, Kwabena Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena Asante. Omanhene, Kwabena Asante. What I say, what carry I want.
Well, so Yababag, so that's the new patriotic party, and through Dennis Miracles Aboaji. Or they or no next chapter and community me abre ewahansi enchebia yene the national youth organizer for the NDC lawyer Park Blue and so between eyenko but just in for immediate release John Mahama to hold media encounter on July 7 2024 Accra, Ghana. John Mahama, flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress NDC for the 2024 elections, will hold a media encounter on Sunday, July 7, 2024. This major engagement with journalists is the first in the series of similar encounters that Mahama will have with the media before the December elections. It is an opportunity for him to share his vision for Ghana's future and address important national interest issues. The forthcoming media encounter, a testament to Ghana's unwavering commitment to transparency and dialogue with the people of Ghana, recognizes the crucial role of the media. He firmly believes that an open and interactive conversation with the media is vital in equipping the Ghanaian people with the information they need to make informed decisions. And it goes on, media houses interested in attending to cover the encounter are invited to send details of the reporter and video operator, where applicable, to office@johnmahama.org. Joyce Bawa Bukhtari, spokesperson, Anna Odisa Kratawi Abba from His Excellency the former President John Dramani Mahama's office. So that's it on the 7th of July 2024, a media encounter. It's a Sunday media encounter with journalists on that said day. The National Youth Organizer Atnase, we are with him for the next 45 minutes, and then we'll come back. But also Dr. Bano Anafi Atik Mohammed and so Aban say we have to sincerely apologize. To you guys. No, Atik Mohammed and then Dr. Bano. We apologize sincerely for Sir Ayabe. Lawyer Mamenda say a very credit man also no. In fact, etimi asasakakra forgive us. Say a buffer in this kakra na so we thank you for your patience. Bibi abokode. Nyamiadom. Good. Nyamiadom. Na mebu no ti say when this mu. Nyamiadom bibi abokode. Mo na mu. Yanena mu. Who go preach? We are selling hope. Hope. Yeah, 20 that's so. Now the Omanhene. So 120 that's so more. People are giving up. We share the number of young people leaving the country. People have given up. Say Omana say, hey, the debates on PhD in a Dutch passport, and I've seen TikToks videos. A lot of young people saying say they opt for the Dutch passport than even a PhD. That clearly tells you that we are more or less like a failed state. But I mean, yes, sure, you support that because I will not support because you say it is a matter of what you do with what you have, not just a holder of a Dutch passport. If I subscribe to the theory, say PhD, yeah, but we share statistical service reports on the today. In the last 6 months, 8.4 million Ghanaians have gone a day without food. Ghana, they share 8.4 million in the last 6 months. A double quintrema, a Ghanaian comano. Omanhene semiti kromo hanomo. Na mi nye Ghanaian di. Na mi nye juma ye. Na se me ko obi man so. Na se bi usebi ma ko pepa fem. Na mi nye Ghanaian di. Omanhene I'm better off. The danger also is that the number of young people are unemployed it's become a danger and a threat. National Security Reporter Yerura Kandapa at the Tudra right after the 2020 elections. One of the things the unemployment situation of Ukrumanomo. The devil finds work for the ideal hands. If I am hungry, I'm going to go 2 days, 3 days without food. Na komo dem no bi sham no so o ma me 100 cedis min ko din sem boni bi na min ko dey to trust them bia. Many people will take the offer and go and do what they don't have to do. Unim the entia cause komo de no and say obey stavia kwako wudie he will commit a crime, commit an offense and hope say yenche no they say cannot to Edianedi. And that is where we are. That is why you will find people on my university on TikTok saying there yes, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Onye juma ye. Na zo be ko obi man so no akwaje passport, not their paper film, he's better off. Just say yababedu the sad reality as a country. And I keep asking me on say yakoya na say by social contract na ene ekufado ne Mamudu Bawumia sign e no. So social contract no omo this one na. Because today the Ghanaian is worse off than he was in 2016. But our lifestyle and our life index deteriorated so much in the last 8 years. It is a MPP for Naminia Ketwa Dennis Abuazi. Ebetina TV so radio so. Na enyema e matter. I know your friend bread and butter issues. On Ken Wasem. Economy na aseno na niema sebio sebe ensem fata eno kan wasema me di yaw kakra me di yaw in the sense omo fagana
say sabi Ghana this year sabi ya dream ya Harry into no yentumi dream ehu ne ekoso and that omontro ne omonkontompo no mu twa no ena eno mo mababe no kre Omanhene we are in dying straits and baby ya tisesi ya no se nyame ambemo a enya Asempa wo man mu. I keep saying that the conditions are at the end court 79 mu. The conditions are not previously at the end court 81 mu no. Sabi yemu bi ne enwo ye but abakosem ne de abeka won krata mu no. Those conditions were better than what we are enduring today. It's, you know, if in those days sabi incrophobia fight to me the show monsem eye de anense fata, we are not far from it. And I've always told myself that the only consolation I walk and they say mete hey me who 7 December. What I say mete hey me twemenia me who 7 December be me. In the said you sabi but me same grow me tima me when that so say on the 7th of December Ghana for back Kwabena no matter san near me. But if this trajectory continues,
but that has been opposition talk most of the time because most of the time most of these political parties are more opposition, inclusive this current administration. The pictures that are painted for us to see and feel and a worrying and a scary.
But Omanhene, I am not with the statistical service. Operado yet mama statistical service. Mean generating reporting can say 8.4 million have gone a day without food. Omanhene 83 na come honum. I mean, Jin is 8.4 million Ghanaians went a day without.
But lawyer, Wadarama, look at population as of that.
And I make sure say no, but you can still do the calculations.
Of course,
with the population in 83.
Yeah, and look at percentages.
And so you can still do the percentages. Yeah. And I'm saying I am not sure. Say a day without food, 8.4 million. About that time, the total population was about 10 million. Many years was even at that time because they see 1/3 of the total population, and I quite a day without food in the last 6 months.
We'll do those checks, but whichever way it is worrying.
It is worrying, and it is worrying in the sense that in 83, now you need terrorists roaming all over us. Now exposure because of the nebinio. So I say, baby, and do no 83 and tesa. And so when people are overly exposed and they find themselves in situations like this, as a country, we should be worried. Omanhene, there is no justification for the failure of the Mahmoud Bawumia administration. There is no justification because this is the most luckiest government in the history of this country.
Luckiest?
Of course, yes. Omanhene, there is something called political goodwill. Where we need power. Nagana for any time, Mama, so. Oh, but that is not even true because the data and the statistics that are available suggest otherwise. In 2016, because the President Mama not a prophet, at his last State of the Nation address, or address of my and say, our economy was going to grow by 8%. The World Bank had predicted same for 2017. President Mama, the State of the Nation address, predicted say economy will grow by 8% in 2017 because of prudent measures. Any homegrown policies they could try IMF implement. In 2017, the economy grew by 8%, and that is the best under the Akufo-Addo Mahmoud Bawumia administration. And that was not their policies. Because our economic policy, it doesn't develop after a year.
Clearly, it cannot be because a Wofri 2016
exactly and a buy. But that was the best performing year for this government. In 2018, it declined. 2019, it declined. Pre-COVID, the economy now starting to problems. Immediately, we exited the IMF program in 2019, and the economy needs them. And that is when they started their frivolous expenditures. Now, no more, And look at where we are. COVID alone, because this government is the most luckiest government. You got 2 additional oil streams. You the Sankofa and the 10 fields. So many are 3. No problem and they confront Ghana was doom so. No President Mama solve doom so. And na a car net da honoma na AD with the energy sector no. Establish ESLA, Energy Sector Recovery Levy no. So there was money available to pay debt na honomo and every man biano ESLA generate sika omdibetia and ani affix doom so and ani ejo 3 additional oil wells for additional revenue. Omuba and cocoa, we are producing close to 1 million tons a year. And then we are doing less than 500,000. So we have left them a solid foundation. Not sinking fund, they just got to move. Stabilization fund, they just got to move. Between the sinking fund and stabilization fund, they had over $600 million. Now, infrastructure fund, you know what they bomb Hobosea or DBC hotels in there, man. They have close to $1 billion in the infrastructure fund. Yeah, but I'm a 20 president, knows I'm a Yanisa. But we left all this money. COVID by ya now you're watching. First 300 million on your fee. Stabilization fund. Stabilization fund. First 300 million. COVID by. COVID gave us $3 billion. COVID.
And what was our expenditure? But sometimes, Pablo, I'm surprised.
Omanhene.
Talk.
What was our expenditure?
Yeah, because you sit.
That is the interesting question you have asked.
What was our expenditure?
What was our expenditure?
But normally,
because the auditor's report clearly tells us the expenditure was
questionable.
Questionable. The expenditure
was questionable.
Exactly. A lot of the money cannot be accounted for. We have heard leading members of the NPP in their run up to their presidential elections telling us why I'm first one explaining the
let's say what about those Casanadi.
The Auditor General report is
fine, that's why we can hold them to that. But
and so COVID ended up making people in the NPP rich. COVID fund, no.
Maybe some
ended up making other
too.
people rich. But in all this, 3 years, 4 years after COVID, that was which COVID recovery levy. 3 years, 4 years after COVID. Yeah, that's which COVID recovery levy. So with all the expenditure they incurred, with the $3 billion that the IMF gave us, any recovery levy no more general, how are they accounting for that money?
Which is very true, striking, is that the Ghanaian is not interested in these matters that is out there. What the Ghanaian is interested in that so an alternative government sits before me. What are the alternatives as an NDC rep
that is what
for the youth, especially because who now did dominate?
That is what I'm coming to. You see, but before even then, me can say, and yeah, me burun kwanso no mo ho che omo aban.
Me burun ye key.
It's what I'm saying. But critical.
Yeah, very key and critical.
But me know even pensioners are suffering. Pensioners sicker. Omanhene, why year juma na wenya kakra na oba betnesi. Now sika kakra dia to dia ba aban bosia. Oba yesi beje haircut. Aban this can wa phone to me ntua man. People who are dependent on end of month kakra ne beto accounts no dey leave when you na buy afa. That is the situation we find ourselves in. Now, what is the NDC proposing? Very simple solutions. Omanhene say me ba betina nam ka say me ba. Me see stadiums 10. Me build the schools 100. Me year many promises you are making.
One village, one dam, one district, one factory.
And they are you.
It's not true. You might not like the pace. You might not like the rate at which Jacoba. Pablo,
Minister of State, she was responsible for the special initiative.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying, you might not.
So if I come and sit here and I make all these promises, and I don't speak to the fundamental issue of the economy, I'm your true for. Because the sika is a quite effort. Today, Oko IMF, almost on my in almost program on my incodiso. So you have no additional funding coming from anywhere. Donor partners in the JIC comedy now. Because someone said most of the monies that were given to you was abused. Oko international market Oko Bora. They say you borrow and say a sovereign country be more. You borrow on commercial rates. I say me no businessmen are you go international market that is how they are treating Ghana. Because you see negative for saying. To the extent that even audit firms are all Ghana and Pono, you downgrade your the KPMGs, the price, or we now as of a downgrade from the international community. Because all the Tanzania So all this time, all this rot was going on, and what audit reports were you sending out? It's affected everybody. What the NDC is proposing is a turnaround of the economy. They are proposing for us to be able to solve all these problems, One, I'll say turning around the economy. And that is why we are proposing the 24-hour economy policy in our year. And then I've heard people say, now 24-hour economy, no, Sikabe and the Baby. I'll tell you in a very simple term.
It's not even about that. Before we get to what goes into the 24-hour economy, you better explain the 24-hour economy, because it is becoming a lead for Mokampi, which is very good. 24 hours.
Yes.
Now the question is that 24 hours in the airport and I'm open.
Where the economy is today, it cannot be business as usual. It cannot be business as usual. So we need a paradigm shift from the old way of doing things.
The status quo.
I say a 24-hour economy, one, a demand driven. You can't say 24-hour economy and yes sector be and be affected. But there are some key sectors that was affected. So the first thing we'll do is to do the Beko Parliament. They pass a legal framework. So for instance, normal hospitals, majority of government hospitals, some here 24 hours per the law currently. But Omanhene, let's be very honest. Ura hospital and OPDs are Emma. Because in the morning the pharmacy is working. X-ray department a year Juma, MRI department a year Juma, lab a year Juma, and now doctors are available. Theater a year Juma. About 5 now pharmacy upon. MRI technicians upon. Lab technicians upon. I'm only using the hospital as a setting. What it means for a 24-hour economy is that when the legal framework is passed, so during the normal 8-hour shift, many cases a 3-hour shift, where the first, but in technical terms, in Pono, a 4-hour shift. The reason is that you were 3-hour shift within the 24 hours. But with the labor laws, you cannot work for a certain number of hours in a week. It's 2 days automatic off. So 2 days now automatic off for me no. Me call for so be fearless our space no. Also call for so be fearless our space no. Third party also call for so be fearless our space no. So technically 4 hours, but it's an extension of a 3-shift economy, but expanding to a 4-shift economy because somebody takes 2 days now. Means me because we have 5 days a week, 40 hours. How many hours a week? But 8 hours, 8 times 5 years. 8 5 years, 40. So 40 hours a week. That is how many hours you are supposed to work per the labor laws. So what you say? It is a 8 no be so 8, no be so 8. There are 2 days intervals. I mean to me here, Juma. Because I 5 days. Also be 5 days. So be 5 days. So you 2 days. Be a 3 shift no be to me here, Juma. Somebody must fill that gap. So technically, a 4-shift system. What we say is a 3-shift system. And say, oh, Kwanopa said, me hospital Kwanopa, na nipa 20, and your 4 months nurses. Nipa 10, and your 4 months lab technicians, including MRI technicians, and a nipa 5, and your 4 months pharmacists, and maybe a nipa 6, and a doctors. What it means is that the first shift in the Kwanopa 7, normal point we are 2 now. The next shift that comes will have the same number. Ebia, because Ebia and Opanipa Baby Brain, Ebia area, Nipani does, but it drain sometimes the numbers will reduce. Ebia Nipanes will be reducing. So if they are taking 20 nurses and we are doing a 3-shift system, 1 shift near Nipa 20 in a 3-shift system, if in
an economy that you have
I started by telling me
demand driven financial
impact. When I go to the hospital, it's not free. The hospital renders a service. Either my health insurance is paying or cash and carry. So once service is being rendered, money is being generated. Nobody goes to the hospital for free. It's not says and there's that money that will be used in paying people. It's simple. Me run hospital and no pay. Me call lab and me chia. Me who doctor consulting fee me chia. Because Jindra, I pay for medication. It's not free. I may not pay cash because there'll be an more insurance. But at the end of the month, the insurance reconciles with agency, hospital, and then they pay. So it is not free. What's here? So money will be generated from there.
But these hospitals that you are talking about, I'm sure if it's about 37 Kolebu or Ridge or these major hospitals, some of which were built by our former president,
John Mahama.
Yeah. Clearly, some of them, they're operating 24/7. Or what is it that you're going to do?
And I make us say some of these hospitals, but not all the hospitals. Omanhene say what do ebia mikromu okugo enyumre. No akwa do krom Cortes Hospital enyumre, there is no doctor. But when there is a policy, deliberate policy, say you are working 24/7, a doctor will be employed for a 9 shift.
When there is demand for a doctor to be there.
As for hospitals, there is always demand though. The only reason why I ain't calling say but in the evenings people still go to the hospital. A guy is a trained doctor. When you live in a community where there is a hospital, now you end up in the hospital. Sometimes you have to drive 3-4 hours. As I so it is demand driven. Omanhene say you fat nipa 20 anopa. You fat 20 area. You fat 20 anymore. That is 60 people. So nipa 20 no. Me kwa ejuma anopa me didi. Me boa. Me kwa area me didi. Me kwa enyumre so me didi. So the trickle down effects of the he say me kwa ejuma me didi no. Whoever is selling food in the morning, so the
24-hour economy, among some of the issues, is it targets specifically demand areas.
It's demand driven. It's demand driven. That is for the public sector. For the private sector, and before anybody can implement an effective 24-hour economy, you need electricity, constant electricity. So, Osha your manifesto noir, as they be created a friend of street lighting authorities.
I said you say,
Meba, far light bill, what is those street lights?
We need to make energy commission for.
There be ECG for.
There be in checking here.
A ECG no matter. So ECG na GBO no matter. I'm energy commission.
Exactly.
Energy commission says can be a day.
Now say purposely for what is being done, it is being deducted for.
And it's street lights na mani in action the day. We are creating street lights in authority. So that's can could the energy commission say.
They go straight to her.
ECG 4G, send your common fund, they get funded here.
Today go straight.
And we are going to decentralize the authorities. You know, say Kwabena North, me so many days you include Kwabena North. Say communities say where Kwabena North no. Any light bill I hear generated street lighting levy na light bill on this. Says can you Nigeria they make Kwabena North for.
It is more yen say Kwabena North for.
Yeah, sika ma je no mo farmer.
Yeah, problem.
Yeah, problem. Yeah, not feed here. You make it just our lights.
You are making it an authority.
Because that is how you can properly account for. Now I hear wajibia and you who can hear. I mean, I'm not can I mean who to hold responsible. What I say because there is somebody in charge in the district. Abosumi be a Jessica the man so make sure that the lights are out. Girl, you got two nyomo and then I say yeah, also could break your record. Singaton.
If something.
A call airports honomono. Airport gardens that you know. Ninth market about because there was lights. You know why people still do 24 hours and because shops now only in our lighted streets. And so we are going to look at street lighting as one of, so we are going to create what we call the light cities. Udo ninth market and I didn't know we could do anymore because it's properly lit. So once we create the light cities, a bed driving demand. Omanhene, Udo do chroma numina.
How far?
Baby, I like to be a microphone. No, me was here. Me boy. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. because lights no. Me boy.
Yeah.
And people patronize. You patronize. You can patronize.
So the lighting system or state or cities will bring the 24-hour economy more.
It will drive a bed driving. What you say? It will drive it. Then security. Omanhene. If we increase security presence, filling stations will be made for organizers will be sometimes we too quiet maybe because the roads are free.
Organize
the you know why? Because Osho. But when there is 24-hour patrol, I mean, say police for them, so I may
hey, Pablo.
Omanhene.
But
Omanhene at the point in time. Omanhene, I have seen, I am part and I have seen the policy. And if it is not rocket science, these are things that can be done easily. At the point in time, the police were patrolling 24 hours. And then what we see the police is almost barriers. They don't patrol.
And the barriers come to Mujai.
But if we have, and you see, you're under police as a country because we are not able to pay. But if companies are working, and then a lot of people are under the tax net, will generate more revenue. And there is a program we are bringing out. Major answer. Bringing almost every informal sector be under the tax net. Because you see, when people are working and they are earning their money, genuinely, that's on share tax and yen. And so once we do the licenses, increase security, and I'm going to say, because it's demand driven, it will run. Also factories. You can say, you have more rebate on electricity. Now, then before we say, hey, how would you calculate? Omanhene say, obey Jumanopa. So you know there was smart meters. So today, technology, everything is possible.
Yeah.
What's signing out say, oh, yeah, 24 hours now. You better say meter now, near amount smart meter. During the day, you pay the normal tariff.
Any political intervention? As technocrats in Akasa
as part of our manifesto committee, we have technical.
Because you don't compound our challenges.
You are not compounding any challenges. You are not compounding any challenges. Oma incentives.
Yeah.
So that people produce more. Free zones and enclaves of Kromanum. What's the rationale behind it? Because we want people to come and produce and export. So a lot of the factories in Ghana, a lot of them are not meeting demand. So our currency suffers. When President Mahama was president, pharmaceutical companies, you know how much drugs we import into this country? Over 2 billion. Over them must stabilize our currency. President Mahama's vision was that you producing in Droni be locally. It is a Mausika say produce locally. Because the only reason
interventions that President Mahama is fantastic.
Yes.
Have we checked again the impact in your system?
We number one twice.
But once you want to implement something,
and it was a good intervention because rice production under President Mahama increased. Emma, you know what President Mahama did? On the importers, and I'll say I will support you build rice mills here. Import 60% of the Audi ban and produce 40% locally, and then you keep ramping up to say
that
full capacity. And so, if a company is going to do 24 hours and he can ramp up, that means that during the day, normal tariffs, and your meter automatically will read half how much you are paying now. It happens. Even ECG, almost work will be almost first consumption. It be a first 500 megawatts. Oh, I hear what you are. This is not rocket science. This is not rocket science. And these are feasible interventions. So it will encourage more people. And what it simply means is that the unemployment challenge that you face, this is the way to address it. Because when companies are working 24 hours, they employ more people. More people means more production. More production means more revenue. More revenue means more taxes.
So the assurance is that it hinges on 4 things. We have the demand, we have the financial aspect, we also have the
light cities.
Yes. And then targeted areas.
That's the and you see, and I'm my example. They say, Omanhene, say, me ye juma no pa, me didi. Oye juma area, ube didi, bleana. Also, abrante oye juma enumra. Obed when you obey the meboa. Say, maybe be 20 man or maybe 20 and pa. Oba be 20, obi zuba be 20 numre. Have we not created jobs? So maybe near Juma no pa. Now if I nipa 20, now say local community nipa 20 near Juma no pa. And at 20 near area, and at 20 near numra. Baba shop. Me baba here I know you're calling hoy. Obi kwa no pa obi zuba kwa area. Meboa. Because more people have access to jobs and are earning revenue. Say dressmakers, me make up my the uniform I make up make me send me from home so because 60 new people have jobs, what it means is that our local community tailors are on nipa be 40 eba be permanent adibium so it affects every facet of the economy.
Okay, so Pablo, you move on. I'm sure your social contract will expand some of these things. That's the 24-hour reason for asking was that it's coming across. It is now your lead
Yeah, it is our lead.
In terms
and
of,
I'm going to say 18 years without not fixing the problem of the economy. And one of the key ways of fixing the economy is the 24-hour economy. About was there cut it down expenditure, any waste. You reduce the government to just 60 ministers, no? Because it's okay, Omanhene. Exactly. It's all reduce it to just 60 ministers. It will be, we are not happy because they are 60, they are that's election account.
But 60, no.
But 60, no. That tells you the kind of person President Mama is. He thinks about Ghana first. He's also promised about council next gratia and many other things he intends to do. So we will reduce the cost on government. So over 5,000, 2,000 presidential.
We are waiting to see the manifesto. That will help us to scrutinize.
July.
And every boy. Subject. You have an honest responsibility because you've been in government before. But that's the point. You need to convince.
We will convince people. The manifesto role is on it with the ordinary Ghanaian. It will answer questions.
Will it solve the better Ghana I'm looking for?
Is it we are going to reset Ghana and build the Ghana you want. You be resetting Ghana, no. Now you are building Ghana now, no. And is it building a country is collective. It's not by a tyrant sitting somewhere and deciding say, wait a minute. But it's about the equation of saying China near Wabemo. Sebi, we're facing economic crisis. Gold prices, Necofem, cocoa falling, petrol falling. Our currency was struggling. President Mamaka said, "Ononkwan enim nyansa." See Ghana this year, we even extended invitation to people in the NPP.
So that's the NDC, new NDC. You've given the opportunity, and we are here Ghana for CD, employment, roads, health sector, education, well-being of the Ghanaians.
About roads, about health, about education. President Mama is second to none. Infrastructure or see our health or see our education and our roads of building, nobody can compare to him.
Roads?
Of course, yes. About all the major roads that Kufado is taking credit for. Or by Roads and your best stop here. And one is on a motor. There is no nothing new. They've not signed any major new road contracts.
Roads?
Of course, yes. Easy corridor road or by yeah. Now contractors in no best stop here. As of
the time Anam was existing, now idea of roads are not
Baby, I didn't come for that debate. I would have brought you. But next time, invite me. I'm going to information in Abebro. But let me give you 4 major roads here, President Mama Legacy. Ofanko, Pokuasi interchange. I go for the buy an escada who be biada and Najo Mama Jia.
But they say what is buying to us here.
And I make sure say
buying to us a key. The MPP also tell you that the MPP also tell you that omo drawings they go omo here who is here.
So whatever they say.
But you agree to that omo drawings no.
Almost say.
But you have them.
Almost say. Obechebi.
Yeah. John
Dramani Mahama. Gifford Road, Major Mahama Road.
You can't take it away from John Mahama.
Exactly. Gifford Road, Major Mahama, and then motorway extension. Motorway extension, Gifford be an overhead. They were all John Mahama. I say 4 major roads. Every been showing me 4 major roads on my mom. All other roads, Eastern Corridor, on by twice, on by not contractors also, and on by stop here. And what did they tell us? Investigations. We audits now. All these roads are John Mahama's roads. All these roads are John Mahama's roads.
Maybe you don't come
so
here.
When you talk about hospitals,
you don't come here for a route. It's a road conversation.
When you talk about hospitals and what John Mahama has achieved in healthcare, unprecedented.
Thank you.
Education.
Is it the NDC or
about John Mahama?
Sometimes one you in most single and away John, and away the NDC. Sometimes
I don't single. John Mahama is the leader of the NDC. He's an embodiment of the NDC. So when I mention
all achievements under the NDC,
to the NDC. Exactly. Yes, I'm Yos Mahama. No.
Okay.
Yeah, come boom. We don't know. We don't know.
Men for winning because he's not winning. We only win. I think we don't know win. I think he never. I think we don't know win.
We distinguishing between running a driver's mate and a driver, and everything good in the NPP. Mahmoud Bawumia takes credit. The Juma Potsina, the same is also on the economy. Meanwhile, when the economy was doing 8% and the Mahama's economy, Bawumia got the credits. Oh, we have a okay. Time okay, solid connect money. That was in 2017, 2018. Now my policies, no, and I never ran it.
Okay, maybe you be for the next 7 minutes. But Statsky, you also me Musa ask a question with.
Yeah, me
Senior, for all these minutes, we've been listening to Pablo rant about the challenges the country is facing. What alternative does his party have for the country, other than we will cancel this? We will stop this.
But I've not said I'll cancel anything.
Reducing cost on government alone will not solve the unemployment challenges.
Make a 24-hour economy the best of
you need to be accommodating.
Oh, very, very
you need to be very accommodating. You need to be very accommodating. Please advise Pablo that I think. But why your school say now when that Jaisa? Now you are entering into a PhD with that Jaisa.
And no say PhD. How far go?
But Pablo the any basis o. Or say any ya or in the aquaric can into. But the state is being reduced to that level where we can compare a PhD holder to a Dutch passport. That's another matter altogether. Yeah, Pablo, please advise Pablo that if we want to keep his position, he should dare attempt to explain the 24-hour economy first. GM says he will give us small chicken to rear. And
will be an interviewer.
Pablo, Beja Kradi, Statsky Asempa, I'm also in the yard.
That's not 24-hour economy, my explaining. There's a 3-shift economy. Simple. It may extend the 4 shifts because of 3 days, no more gap. And then the things that comes with it, and I use the hospital scenario to explain how jobs will be created and then about affect every sector of the economy. And then I spoke about how the light cities will come in and support it. And why electricity is key.
Okay, so it's important now. If we get to the Dr. Bano and then by Atik, there's going to be an establishment of an authority purposely to ensure the deductions now here for street lights. No, what you say? An authority where those deductions will have impact. Of course, because the Orchard, no. The Orchard is those deductions. Because can
demand accountability.
Well,
anyway,
so lawyer Mesro, I think that you should really come for a proper 2-hour conversation. This one passing.
That is what I thought.
No, with all respect, I'm telling you, don't want to cry. Say, when you rush conversation, if I have a lot of questions, and I know, say, you
we are inaugurating our youth campaign team.
Very well.
And then on the 12th of August, they will launch what we call the Youth Manifesto.
Oh.
So from an
a subset of
things that affects young people.
Okay.
So when we do that, it'll be on the 13th.
But we should expect that in the bigger manifesto, what you are going to do.
Yes, everything is in. And now in Myanmar affecting young and how we intend to solve the unemployment challenge. So on the 12th, you're launching Youth Manifesto, you'll be at 13th. You
have to. The mass exodus. So you have
no problem. Now, pipe and winner, and then we tell the Ghanaian youth why the NDC.
Okay. Let's meet on the 7th of July. You know,
oh yes,
our former president, your flag bearer,
the engagement with the media. Your Mumbra Meti in Sempa.
Yemra Meti
in Sempa.
Oh, Asempa.
Who Meti in Sempa? Yes, you're resetting Ghana. You're resetting Ghana. You're Ghana fan into my paper.
So that's a resetting and then
building the Ghana.
Yes,
you and
resetting. And then building a Ghana
you and I want.
Okay, all right. Ghana we can do better. As a teacher, there is more room for improvement. There is more room for improvement as a teacher. There's more room for improvement. And let me see. Teacher Nibia and Kancho. There's more room for improvement. There's more room for improvement.
You have not answered my question, and
it means that there's more room for improvement. We can do better.
And now,
okay, so Dr. Frank Kwabena.
Yeah.
I mean, down near Tikas, and then we need to just apologize, and then
profusely.
Profusely.
Yes.
Profusely.
Yes.
apology no. Manine profuse apology. Sana okacho.
Hey, doctor, we may careful now. I think doctor everybody here. Baby, you are buying or showing it out. You know, you cannot take
apology. The crowd will be wet. I'm a seller. I'm so no one's up inside.
I used to be fair to him.
Yes.
You should give him.
Let's go for this break. When we are back, we start our conversation.
All right.
In a world where only the best survives, you need a fuel that can match your drive. A fuel with unparalleled protection for your engine, superior efficiency, and unrivaled performance. A fuel so unbeatable. When you get behind the wheel, you'll focus on what really matters. The journey ahead. That fuel is Shell V-Power, because no other fuel gives your engine better protection, better efficiency, and better performance. Be unbeatable. Drive unbeatable. Shell V-Power. Shell. Go well.
Himself Grobo yes. Nanswa was so with Jiweni and one is so with the 500 Ghana cedis in Mohomo, but to EcoBank account move or EcoBank in Krabata and now Express Point BRA Bengo, who to me so the far EcoBank mobile. So now bet to me a deal with Chefa what said the bro 1 million Ghana cedis EcoBank million gang promo nimu EMG. Anio every May Bosumiko 31st July 2024 and Ipa bro 7,000 be feely soft life and kasa. Ye EcoBank customer na we are foul call kai say 500 cedis bia wo de beto account mu no wonya point wo EcoBank million gang no mu enne ya EMG enti fasika to account mu enne ya na di wo chefa wo sika ne achede be bro 1.2 million Ghana cedis ni mu kwampa wo be faswa jiweni wa brabom kwampapa ebibi man papa EcoBank the Pan-African Bank akrade NLA di won sa hase na ekoso won Caritas platform no so.
Fellow Ghanaians, did you know that it's a company that builds your house for you once you have the land? Oh yes, Kesebels Limited builds your house for you once you have a legitimate land. You pay 50% the cost of your building project during the construction and pay the remaining 50% over a period of 5 years after construction. As a government employee, you can pay part of the cost of your building project through salary deductions. Terms and conditions apply. Locate us at Plant Vales Residence, Akoko Photo, Dansuman. Call 0543-297-333. Visit www.kesebelts.com. Kesebelts, build with convenience.
Martin, my show with my home back. Papa Tofu, let me so be here scan. Now only scan here. Mama Mrs. Yen, I come to Musa.
My way so far so never know. Sikefia, Luciano Busumi Biano, a so far so no. Before my pet, you know, mobile memoir, and it's so be a bomb about you. Baby dinner, and fast so.
I say, I bring me over my way insurance no. What do boost your name up Pabako ever sheso? Me trust of free Munkwadia, ever call more. Now, why now we hear my way insurance, no dear. Ever call more, a bra, oh, ya dear crown crow. Ya dear, and uncle, share a boo boo, we you share any. Impo, Wakodaya Sabia, Ebronamian. So what the 18, I copy 59, oh, Wapomudia. Who bet to me have become my way with Siano? For phone, net dial is *165#. Oh, MTN so says, Sia. Send you my way. Can say no way.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. GoTV. Love it.
Ghana for Mwa ready ana. Game Park Limited. Eye lottery company for ewa Ghana Kroma. Edi agro for Abeja. Na esasi every 15 September 2023. Tinso aba da wakoma so. Every the number 1 Ekosiisen 36. Chani boom. Na share nim say ube di sika bocho wa bra ye number na pie. Bobo hu na ye ready say ube di mula wa bra wucha from 1 Ghana cedi to 350 cedis. Na face kana ube channel. Fabo hu predio nunsia. Me 26 times. E was up pick one game imu. But star 946 hash. E was network ni nyina so. And now bet me download the Game Park app no. E was your website ni so. www.gameparkgames.com. Share live draws. E was Adum TV. Anopa nonkron. Area dumienu. Ene nyumre nunsia. Debia. Game Park. More mula, more power. Sagrodi, National Lottery Authority in Sashasi. Undi mfie du ngochea. Endi sagrodi. Bon washa yim.
Owning a home is not just an accomplishment, it's a dream come true. However, securing the necessary funding to buy or build your dream home often poses a significant challenge. This year, make that dream a reality at the EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair 2024. Join us and receive expert financial advice that can help you acquire your very own house. Plus, learn insider tips on transforming your house into a warm and welcoming home. Don't miss the 15th edition of the EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair. Take the first step towards home ownership and creating the perfect living space for you and your family. The EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair is in partnership with EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, and powered by the Plant City Extension Project from Cities and Habitats. Rent to own and sponsored by Elegant Homes and General Construction Limited, where quality meets value. Sun Via Limited, safety and home solution. You think of a door, we have it. G&J Technical Services, G&J, the generator people. Clifton Homes, beautiful home, wise investment. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough. Virtual security, complete security solution. Yobent security doors, protecting lives and property. DPS pipes, connecting you to life. Superlock, you deserve the best. Everlast UPVC windows and doors, the right choice for your windows. Another quality solution from Interplast. EcoBank Joy News Habitat Fair. Get a house, make it a home.
Mamenka baby kaka fa makoma mu hene ho nkyerɛ wo. Ɔbɔ me ne mabusua ho ban. Me dia no hwɛ me busua. Fi awon to aso so kwa awon to aso so. Hwɛ, mamenka kyerɛ wo. Me dia mama sire da ne da. Me dia no kyerɛ papa. Dia tiri kosta be dia ye obi wo ho. Aba, emeya hyase bio. Nti bu wuranom na mo kanfo mo saa. Oh, Debbie, Pepsodent 200 grams for no asem na yɛka yo. Eye kokoko. Pepsodent kokoko promo no nie. Eye Pepsodent kɛse dada no a. Na ye de 25 grams aka ho. Jewo die na ba wo busua ho ban. Na hye wo semu de.
For 15 years, Quick Credit has been your trusted partner in micro-lending, empowering lives and making dreams a reality. Today, we're excited to announce a new age. Quick Credit is now Bills Microcredit. Still committed to serving Ghanaians and changing lives, Bills is here to show you that everything is possible. Join us as we embrace a brighter future. Bills, financing your needs.
Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New Honey Cough. Class Coho away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
OneXBet the hyper bonus be a bit dry a boa draining tiasa so ma grona ye dekeke. Yenya so be accumulator better won could be who bonus on 1,000%. Annual 1,000%. Umpe way na open game. To me kako OneXBet.com.gh. Na use promo code HYPERGHANA. Now 300% bonus. It will do 3,445 Ghana cedis. Now also nya ye hyper bonus. Gambling what truly can wash a year. Man wa wundi if do work. Hear me come.
Imagine going to your favorite watcher joint and Amalia tells you, Boss, Wale is finished, curry is finished, and shit or cry is finished. So that thing can pain. Now compare that feeling to having everything you want on your watcher with Wale, curry, and plenty shit or peche like that. Just like that Sochi Wachi, that's exactly what Akwaba Magic gives you. Enjoy rich Ghanaian stories like the second season of the legendary Inspector Bediako, the captivating Madame, and so much more on DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Akwaba Magic dear, enjoyment and kasa. Now available on DSTV Access and GoTV Plus. Akwaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
Tontonte yanum nsane efadwen ne efadwen mpa say na nanum say brebi beba ama tontina 74 opa ye ne simple T74 abeye adru tontina 74 ana T74 asa twe yadwene asina nanum dodo so say de na dodo bua ma nanum enyare basabasa no saa na tontina 74 ana T74 ebu nipadua no emo immune support enti obi onum bie no abrebia ne ho denden tontina 74 yinso yaye no say nsuo krokro kama enti baby a wonam bia obetimi de wade akọ samene wa ankefi na ekroyi eda no nko na wie ye wa bra mennom T74 samennom tonti na 74 amenya hoɔden mennom ne da bia T74 yi eye hahama ene ye de aye na DHC ena aframa na ye kama saa no T74 ahoɔden ne apomuden ko a wokɔ pharmacy ana baby eto nno bia ubenya tonti na 74 yi bia to T74 yi enye ma oba wa fa afuro ana obi a ɔma nufuo ana se obi a onya mfie dumienu eto phone frɛ 050-162-8931 and a 0246-073-498 FDA agi adwadi nkrat.
It's here again. Your heroes, our heroes, the impact makers in our communities. For the finalist recognition and award, here is your verdict per your nomination. From the Eastern Regional town of Noka, we have Eunice Esiedua Ejepong for her impact on education and volunteerism. The people of Donkokrom, Afram Plains, and Salt Pond also nominated Dr. Kwame Sakwa Edu for his immense contribution to rural livelihood empowerment. We also have Reverend Sister Jacinta Ipiakwachiwa Osei for her selflessness in sustaining and promoting community welfare in Achim Aprade, also in the Eastern region. Andrew Ejanim won the hearts of people in Sampa in the Buna region for his contribution to education and ICT. For women's empowerment and girl child education in Tamale, Rhoda Kadwa Wedam etches her name in the history of the northern region. In the Greater Accra region, we have Nicholas Kofi of Medina for education and social welfare. Gloria Ladi Adakrugu is hailed by the people of Inyinem in the Eastern region for her outstanding care and passion for education among children of school-going age. Joseph Maujom receives loud applause also in the Eastern region for providing safe water to deal, among others, with water, sanitation, and hygiene-related matters. And last but not least, we have Dr. Joel Dua Afi from Kukwom in the Asunafo district of the Ahafo region. Join us live on Joy News and Joy 99.7 FM as we celebrate these extraordinary individuals. It's slated for the 29th of June 2024 at the Accra International Conference Center at 7 p.m. prompt. Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2024 is brought to you by Madan Foundation, Gold Key Properties Limited, DBS Industries, and First National Bank.
Think about it. You can either go out to watch one game at your local and pay for the bumpy, stuffy ride there. Then the food. Then the drinks with a 12,000% markup. And a new team jersey cause some drunk spilled red wine all over you. Or you can pay once right on your phone and watch 42 live Premier League games over a whole month. For unbeatable value for money entertainment, there's only one way to go. Go TV. Love it.
Himself grow boy shit. Nanswa was so with Jiweni and one is so with 500 Ghana cedis in Mohomo. But to EcoBank account mu or EcoBank in Kwabena and now Express Point BRA Bengo who to me so the far EcoBank mobile. So now bet to me a deal with Chefa what said the bro 1 million Ghana cedis or EcoBank million gang promo nimu EMG. Anio every May Bosumiko sit 31st July 2024 and Ipa bro 7,000 be feely soft life and kasa. The year EcoBank customer now we are foul call. Kai say 500 cedis via what the better account muno. When your point wo EcoBank million gang nemu eneya EMG. Enti fasika to account nemu eneya. Na di wo chefa wo sikani a chedie be bro 1.2 million Ghana cedis nemu. Kwampa wo be faswa jiweni wa brabom. Kwampapa ebibi man papa EcoBank the Pan African Bank. Akradie ena lady won sa shase na ekoso won Caritas platform no so.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who did you swear you?
Kwame, I don't mean you. I can roofing and a ceiling. Now, my contract and so say. Never na and quite down rocksters. One so chromo pan. What Jane was saying?
The contract and one Nimniako. Ghana had here a band of quality metal trusses, roofing sheets, plasterboard, and a POP ceiling there. Hey, rocksters. And fear be brain in a rocksters. I did roofing sheet, papa, and who can there. Assume Ghana for.
And can I say, I know what dear in so a boy.
And near the Fudiachi, Nankotati born in net. Sundachi, Fred 0544 338041. Say metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard, and a POP cylinder. Fred Rocksters, now one chawuntum.
Imagine going to your favorite watcher joint and Amalia tells you, Boss, Wale is finished, curry is finished, and shit or cry is finished. So that thing can pain. Now compare that feeling to having everything you want on your watcher with lay, gari, and plenty shit off pecche like that. Just like that Sochi Wachi, that's exactly what Akwaba Magic gives you. Enjoy rich Ghanaian stories like the second season of the legendary Inspector Bediako, the captivating Madame, and so much more on DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Akwaba Magic dear, enjoyment and kasa. Now available on DSTV Access and GoTV Plus. Akwaba Magic, Ghana's most loved storyteller.
Name is Akrobeto. I like my mind peace. That's why I go get my Bampo insurance from Holland Life. Just yesterday, my Abusha Penny asked everybody to pay 1,000 Ghana cedis for a penny funeral. But Masa, Ukraine, and Mosomekora. My Bambo helped me cover cost of funeral and any disability cost by paying 2 Ghana cedis per Busumibia. A simple crowd.
Yes, with as little as 2 Ghana cedis, you too can have peace of mind about cost of injury and funeral by simply registering with Mibambo Insurance from Holland Life. Just dial *269# on MTN or Telecel and follow the prompts. It's really that simple. Enjoy peace of mind today, knowing your tomorrow is covered. Mibambo Insurance, made for you.
From where shit, from where hearts narrow. Soft drink palm me the quench in the test narrow. You want the cola, orange, lemon, vino narrow. I'm a feeling cool, refresh your body narrow. Non-alcoholic flavored cola, orange, lemon, vino narrow. Narrow cola, orange, lemon, and bovino. New non-alcoholic flavored drinks from Narrow Beverages. For bulk purchase, contact 054-5300-811. This advert is FDA approved.
For 15 years, Quick Credit has been your trusted partner in micro-lending, empowering lives, and making dreams a reality. Today, we're excited to announce a new aim. Quick Credit is now Bills Microcredit. Still committed to serving Ghanaians and changing lives, Bills is here to show you that everything is possible. Join us as we embrace a brighter future. Bills, financing your needs.
Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. What can I say? What carry I want? Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. Omanhene, Asante. What can I say? What carry I want?
30 minutes after 5, Asempa 94.7, Ekosiisen Jumedino, and Augusto Utino. Mamenka will say Franco Trading say, and then Nokia, Samsung, iPhone, smart TVs, Franco air condition, chest fridges and refrigerators, washing machine, CCTV camera. Then you know about Franco Trading Enterprise. Abenya be offer 0246422338 and 05559393311. Now it's me on a dinkita. Kingdom Home Estate in so Kyle say Adan Grappa Papa or Equiapime Cropon a brick coin or so. Kingdom Home Estate say and they say a coin was them, electricity was them, insurance was them, cameras say ornum a biashon kwa bit miatna no ajo anya wow fee near fro a year if you radia. Kingdom Home Estate Sibra na onyo mundi san kitana bibianko kama omsi yenu anama wono US of A Canada and afe UK no opeso onyo mundi kitana oje wona dan krani bidia free WhatsApp number we 0555612611 se wo Ghana so peso no kasa 0556076144 na wetimine won edin kita ho na fi ne kra masa ka say Asante University College of Design and Technology eguso ka say open titi of fashion design technology and as a product design and entrepreneurship and as a digital media and communication Asante University College of Design and Technology say akwanya kese na beto ama July admissions no 2024 July admissions no is still in progress kunya titi ewo fashion design technology, product design and entrepreneurship, digital media and communication design. Now for yemfa abasobodia krata bi ma say degree, say diploma, say certificate obenya. Fre one WhatsApp so on 0540 124400 and I say srawana aucd.edu.gh/admissions. Asante University College of Design and Technology. Design and build a nation. Give us Herbal Center. Give us cool capsules. Give us herbal mixture. Give us GC mixture and capsules. Give us P capsules and so just. Nina no jumedia edi cool capsules no usisi o ya cocoa few amamai and now yeme team herbal mixture no se kutia malaria typhoid and afi onu so atoa. Afi give us GC mixture and capsules and so no se oko ojo so uti se etwo and I say enemu yade bia efri. Give us P capsules no so no Emma Bema yesin to ewo eye Bema no itimi ewie peyo. Free one was 0543 222 470 and 0506 851 135. Dr. Frank Bano Akwaba.
Yeah,
puncture way in sense if it's first I think we fancy a form in close to Gabno. For when shit table in 50 instead of my be medase. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So you don't go commercial break.
Have me sure. Said in common when you see every so big in common. What we are sure come quite. I also have to be fair to him.
To us.
Pacho menye us. Una obusa question to you.
And the benefit are you saying that
well, I said with the whatever account the galus. Dr. Frank Akwaba. Yeah, come on.
Yami adumu.
Oh, good. Maybe come on because our party no movie running meeting and so akwe pose say kwa. And I did chair professor. Don't go there because more time and some of these things happen.
Lawyer they say the misa was
lawyer Menko. Yeah, minion.
Hey, lawyer.
Come on. Why is
Why
it taking a lot of time to bring out a running mate for?
Oh, my name is running mate as someone day. Mrs. Osha a MPP a history from 2008 to the banner. Me say a idea in fact 2007 2008 de ba me say Osha na Kufuado me say Mekaya stand to be corrected. Me say na is it August 2008?
I know
and onemu Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia as the running mate. Intino, let me say ye cover that precedence ne dia ka enya adie bia anka enwanwasa na me say we ka post be hu asem me say post be nam from memu ma me say me hu full report ne de but ma te hu ensem kakra bia a group of
maybe of interest the conclusions no point number 3 making country
okay
many need din komo Professor Smart Sapon many need din komo so Mrs. Mas, remember, it's Edina,
KSTS, right?
Yes.
Prof. Smart Sapon.
Yeah, where is supposed to be by okay, I don't know what you popular party.
Did you take time to read?
You need to. I'm surprised the way. You see, Professor Smart Sapon. That's the name, Professor Smart.
Yes, Smart Sapon.
When they know who can you?
So the conclusion, I see, though many party delegates expressed worry over the delay in nominating a running mate, this report is silent override due to the vast indication of a running mate before the naming of a running mate before end of June. Is that the case that by the close of June more name running mate?
Omanhene, me say eno de make say it is the sole prerogative of the vice president on one side the flag bearer for the new patriotic party Dr. Alhaj Mahmoud Baumia. Me say anano krem so mampeni eko London no oka ho asem na Kufuado na nkasa ka ho asem say me say senia enkomo na ekono no akra ne ne nyihu because ono ne time no party no emma ne ho kwan emma ono ankasa teki ne bre ohwehwe mu no dwen hu say o appoint Dr. Mahmoud Baumia na ebetumi aboa no to ono de obeka ne say senia party no mu nipa ewu mu at that time ene Ghana fo emma na bre ansa no ni mini running mate no ke ono de obesre se ke ma ye flag bearer Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia so sa kwan no na sebi o de friend say pressure no enko eba no so na me say enipa ye nipa so hu na ye say eche so ana ye den ejo na ye say ye tete abete no na ne cha no ana anya sa nti say okohwe ade no so from that angle no so there na ne baabi no me say nka ye ne ntem so a ke bia nka ebetumi ye den aboa nti me de me kan say me de me gina ntem me de me no sebio ye party baako ena se wohwe enipa mu dia ba betutu dwa no so a obia wo ho kwan se otumi eyeden edi running mate no ema no yeden eyeye emi se anopa na wafidie kese ba so na ye hwe report ba ko bi emi se wona wo de kire me ana owura napo ye nyina ni Matthew Poku prempe emi se sa study no se enipa omone omudi nkomo party executives and some of the party members at the constituency and polling station level.
This report looks at key qualities, but it's my conclusive. No, point number 2. Make a quick key qualities. I'll say amongst the qualities are more out. Grassroots mobilization, party unity, party executives motivation, resources and logistics support, competence.
Which of the reports are you reading?
Professor Smart. It says that grassroots mobilization, party unity, party executive motivation, resources and logistics support, competence, human relations, and other qualities. So these are the areas. But number 2, no say. Much as the party's delegates' views are crucial to his decision, Dr. Baumia must also consider selecting a person who is also acceptable to non-party members. A play key role, Anna. A key.
A play key role. You and they want to me a fan to change a money because so you running meter. I will say to me you be or no so be to me ma ni padodona abu atupinche akwakoto aba. Na say o share statement na it's in 2 parts. Bakono enye omunyo party fool because over the years the year when he says we for 2008 elections na MPP lose ye na the first round no na nka na Kufuado ehia I think say barely 24,000 votes na nko dia wini Say Osha a voter turnout in a place like Asante Regina. Now the voter turnout, I stand to be corrected. But data, Mema candidate, the voter turnout was somewhere between 68-69%. As a Wushoma, Asante Regina, one of the places, MPP person or winning elections. When you turn out to crown, so offer an overall voter turnout, it should be somewhere around 80%. Out of this 80%, the MPP should win 70% or more. And son will win elections or Ghana. And they say, Ushema, let us say at that point in 2008, some sort of apathy be a day, and they say, oh, you reanimator. And your reanimator say, obey appeal to non-MPP members in Kwao. But who you reanimator? Obey appeal to your own members. Send a bear to me as because what the 8 years away and the opus away then, who break it, sir, 8 year cycle now, who can feel what to be a ye day. Abanfo for Eban, opes ubreki. Na de yehu no se say over 2008 2016 na de yehu no se de bia no nya twa 8 years ni ya e na wankasa members no dodo na akra no omakote ada so 2016 elections na those dynamics are in fact we in the National Democratic Congress some of their strongholds nanka voter turnout na komunya no in previous elections like 2008 2012 no omanya ne sa in 2016 and no try say so who yi candidate e was say candidate no so you obi a or betumi appeal to one kasa wo base na energize omomo den omo so den akoto aba because u base no ankoto na so appeal to floating voters kra won to be nya the much required percentage na obetumi den every elections
so you need but just to go on a party person yeah we have the sampling technique, convenience, sample size 3,577, selection, willful and available party officer within the constituency. The table one brings gives a breakdown, original breakdown of the people that they interacted with, and then the table two, expectation of party people, expected partner. We have Matthew Poku Prempe, 1,273, Dr. Yawaduchum, 517, Dr. Henry Kokofu, 372, Apostle Professor Opoku Unyina, and I'm surprised. Apostle Professor Opoku Unyina, 233, and this name keeps popping up, Chief of Staff.
Oh, so another.
Oh, I didn't say America. Also,
Vice President.
But why do
who keeps popping it up?
You see, this name keeps popping up.
You say it keeps, this is deliberate inclusion. Why do you say it keeps popping up? When I'm preparing my question, I'm deliberate about what I put in there.
My brother, what do you mean by that?
It wasn't an accident. It's not like you did random something. Respondents in Kachosu.
But are you saying that there's nothing like an interest when it comes to chief of staff?
What do you mean by there's nothing like interest?
Getting
so no fair and I say I'm for person. Which one?
I
think so. I know the so much.
No, I'm questioning your business.
No, but are you saying? But how do you draw that conclusion?
See the name keeps popping up.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm surprised. O can report to be a program here.
Yeah, I'm
surprised. Another group of people.
I'm surprised.
And then Mr. Sabe Pia Hantimi.
You see, when you say keeps popping up, I quite say randomly no. But I did. I'm for now studies, and I'm saying in preparing questionnaires, they choose individuals or my dream, are likely candidates, and yes, sir.
Yeah,
likely.
That's what I'm saying. And it's not accidental. It's deliberate. The inclusion of the name is deliberate.
But there are more names.
When you're saying.
Yeah, Omanhene nti yentwa enkomo no so. Ndi say eye de wo kan no. Say de wo Professor Sapon report na wo kan enwumere anami. Say lawyer. Mama Lucia.
That's my man won the never say
lawyer we dey me atwa mo. Next man to.
The lecture no me go me ga show. Was my me devil. Is a higher or come because of what
that me will leave to say me to be just a kakra me nyina so na ye pie kwa say we di buma anya wa na
Dr. Frank wrap up for us.
Nti Omanhene to say the work can say me hwe eye study ya no pa wo kan cheme no so a group of academicians and and Professor Smart Sapon there say so far ne din ba ko na mi se ye ba se eno ne edi anima edi e ba ko ne LED eno de e steady ena yakwakwenti obi be can say you and I were not there into no we cannot hypothesize say bia deliberate and say any deliberate but say it is a report ba ko na no pa o kan chem na kan methodology ni chem no
obi can say obi there deliberate
ene what kan chem no
deliberate
na say obi broni be kan say wo hwe methodology ni dia nanka scientific because say o use a sample size or say o target constituency executives and obviously ne be purposive because untumi ka say o kofa obi akeke wonye constituency executive na yede o misa na sem nti ano de ti say o hwe methodology ni dia say me kan no pan dia na ti say Professor Smart Sapon the no so no scientific. It means the scientific standard HSS study no I am pass emra o si to be this no it is so let me say to say the results no one can me say results no dey abantu dia can dey me can say up to the flag bearer because decision ni dey onu na betumi ateki me amtie me ntumi enka enkyere no na party ni betumi akyere ya adwen wo ho but the final decision to select ni dey eda onu na so let me say me your so be a report see me wo anya bia wo kan me so say bia onu so the team around him no so cry bia ba na omo so bia they might have gotten a copy omo so ehu ne ntemi me say ye be jama Dr. Mahmoud Mamia na where elect obi ofri say what ne kan ho a to say the me kan important very very important Omanhene we dey message bi ebetumi energize ono ankasa party ni base ama sa 10 ato mu hia no omo etumi nya very very important and e ka say o hwe ne ye
our former road minister Kanje Pablo say onye careful baby or trade in terms of roads construction of Amakwata I say onye careful Pablo baby or the nam no roads for Mike no so be so
me area kwan menye
no Martin Kasa
Ga West
Ga West no area ben Sapeman kwan
anyway but that's just a side. Say Rebecca animate the
you have an interest?
So you are not so people are topics for investors.
Or your party ni.
Specific.
Yes, I Ghana for if you are not going to say them, or baby, I'm say Professor Jane Nana, Julius Debra, Eric Cratchy, and then the Aswas. So it was
the topics are interesting.
Lawyer Chilem. I don't know, problem with the issues as well. Also, no general and I'm saying, so what thinking Casadia, who the woman cry. I didn't. Julius Debra, Eric all right,
me that's I'm chair the topic of Kamaga phone now. I mean chairman program na any yeti for ni ya shofo nyina. Media let me say who runs with whom really? Who share the role of vice president in this country? It leaves a whole lot to be desired. The constitution gives the office only one responsibility. At the instance of the president, ordinarily, what do you say? Nkrumah never had a vice president. No, Nibi. Buzia didn't even have a vice president. He was a premier and then he had a head of state. He didn't have a vice president. Liman started at the the Graf Johnson by. And also, unfortunately, they just stayed in office for 27 months. They didn't get to enjoy Omuten and Nina. And Akaba, the way we. And there are actually a lot of questions about this position of vice president. But Ebimo are reinventing the rule. And the what the office ought to do no Obinna can asem say yema juma enye titles are eba with a juma no na yedi be kai by juma which mean edis office no nti people are reinventing the rule of the office of the vice president omuye juma because they want to leave abiding legacies in Nasifo. And to that extent, I think when we started our conversation about the relevance or otherwise of our office, I say Jean say, and I say Kahun say a bimutimi reinvent office at the yen mane bois or mine. And it's still in my view relevant say ye be sad, and to the extent Crass say yen yam pepam free yamra pono that office still exists. But before you become a vice president, you have to be running mate. Now, running mate here, anchor entirely the discretion of the candidate. It is entirely the discretion of the running mate who he wants to run with.
The presidential candidate.
The presidential candidate.
The flag bearer.
The flag bearer. Only discretion. Only decide. Way back ticket I would have a solid ticket.
Asempa FM.
A man for free to express their views, opinions, and the rest of it. But at the end of the day, the back would have to stop with one candidate. He decides. And candidate Eshen Yuma Bibri Minya Bano has spoken about the need to re-energize the business. I mean, it is complementary. Say Mampin candidates no. Frankatuni no kwa or Kenya mono na the running mate so will be Kenya energizing the business, especially so no party ewa bem. There is a great deal of disappointment and kanka baya it is disappointment in the baby even amongst Omankasa Omo Chitafo. So you would need Obia who would complement the efforts of the candidates in bringing back the love they have for their party, the fidelity they once had in the party. Says a lot of people have become infidels. They've lost faith in the MPP as a political corporation. Because Nyoma no omonim, the MPP they knew is not the MPP they know today. And I'm sure even outsiders can bear testament to that situation. Until we knew Obia, and a lot of people had high expectations of near Aban Webet. And I'm talking about people even low within. And Uncle Banisa. So we knew Bia Obetimi, I show Muse look, Achia Bambuye, Yen Sumna, Yentimin Queen. And you would need Obia Obetimi complementing the efforts of the candidate in that regard. Again, I have made this point, probably because of where I'm coming from. You need Obia who has a niche of some sort. You should have an area you are good in or good at. Because sometimes governance is all about policy making and the implementation of same. And it's okay, Mrano and Siu Kwanse Kofa Obia Onim Chobo Eka Mrano de Siu Kwan. But Uye Chobo anyway na muwinia, you need Obia who would be sabi, useful in one department or the other. What was here? And the candidate is also looking to see who would complement me in respect of areas the policies be when it comes to the implementation, because the are familiar with certain you would say, look, the office of the vice president, like I said, has been reinvented. And it's becoming sophisticated more than it was some 20-30 years ago.
Obviously, because of the record the current vice president has.
That's your addition.
Not necessarily.
Reinvention. But of course, you can't take that away. The office, no,
you can't take that.
Oh, I know you cannot. No, there's no, because now me see me go through grammar. Why am I Rebecca? And it's the truth. I mean, like it or not, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has actually introduced some innovation to the office.
Idea innovation.
You use the office. This methodology is a metaphor.
Who said it?
No, but so that has become a basis to say Obi Mbono Homodin because he said drivers. What has here? I mean, like it or not, he's brought some innovation. Former President Mahama brought some innovation. Because the offices they occupy and yet the offices that were occupied by Aka, Tamils and the rest of it Innovation biaba. So you would need to be as a niche in some area. Nipano at the end of the day. Look, a bar sa area now, you the candidate can comfortably say, go and represent me, and you can go to bed. But who go fight your boy hey if one day? Be at your boy in the Kenya party supporters no. But a 2-year dinner na akwe bibia. I saw this in 2020. When a particular running mate was asked about Bibi. Okay, and I was like, no. Now I'm here debate. Oh, Nazu, so do me fire, me do fire.
I take a running mate, but body dear, that's my king in a body. But the sad for the benefit of a T4.
Google the debate between the vice presidential candidates Obiku. And I was like, yeah, come on, who call it teacher. But maybe the niche, no. And the candidate at the time felt say, oh, this niche would be helpful to my ticket. That's his decision. Like I said, it's all discretionary. But beyond Chobo, Mamin Kamasem.
Also literature.
But beyond,
I want you to
Mantini. I want in here record no. You are Facebook.
Was it a policy or literature?
Oh,
I think Sana Kai. Minuano.
But if you want to emphasize. You know, when you're now,
the here is also candidate who says at that time.
At that time, what I say. Obiso who say, oh, Obio has background in economics and one of fan and so on. And to say, beyond Obio to Kenya grassroots, you need somebody who can also, like I said, boast of some expertise in some area, especially an area that is governance related. Again, appealability to the broader masses. You just don't need Obia a party for Nunkwan Bejina Tum. And he is an expert in the particular area. But Nipano Nusun in the buying should be said that Abontin for look, there is if you take there's BBI friend medium voter theory. Look, Unkrofwa, at every point you have core voters. But the medium voters mostly determine who wins. What you must say. And Ghana have from floating voters. Enti omu share ne odi ba we su de ne odi ba na wa hwe o we ne beboa me we de emmoa me then they tilt towards ne beboa omo no. Enti we the candidate obi wo oto aba no not necessarily because of policies per se, but the persons of the candidates could be a basis for Nipano to go and vote. That's a Nipano. Nyawudi kaun hono. Sebi Mr. Because has a repulsive you can say representation of some sort, and I has this repulsive personality. I'm just trying to be guided in my choice of words. Nipani obia a man for enshada feeling. Who didn't come here? A bell say Wunkwana, who that ticket no so ba ebia no who's and so bit me how. And all these are factors, and I am not in the habit of trying to say and are condoning this attitude of stampeding candidates into choosing their running mates. NDC for Congress over 2 years no more you am running mate here. And the woman you are then not choosing the is indecisive. 2 years.
MDC party didn't cancel.
And then is reducing party. Why do we want to stampede the candidate into choosing Obi?
That's Hackman's.
As a chim sebi among for shenanigans, of course, there be a time, Papa. 1 year. Time. Look, look, secretary the young can have some cry.
Is a part of
so I'm asking myself, and they are lobbying, you see now in this day and age,
but I'm sure as we count down, especially your good self with that exposure and experience in our body politics, as we count down, that last time I say a lot of press conferences will come, a lot of secretary and just some of these things.
I know.
Until a certain level now.
Attract a certain level. And nowadays the euphemism for bribery any lobbying. Or Tiesika is your lobby. And at the end of the question, I may be some who say, "Woo ye foul amawabe boo bu." Jamie, when we are signed.
Young Jamie.
Now we are. Look, I'm seeing a great deal of desperation in some of the efforts of Ibim. And I'm being honest. Look, I shall say no. There were some people I felt could be good, but Nancy, the way of money here, I'm inclined to suspect what really are their true intentions. I'm going to say, look, they are desperate for Adi to the point that it's becoming scary for me. Look, during Kufuor's days, Nankrofo, Kebime, Ibimu, but it wasn't as intense as this.
I think we also agree that time has also been a factor. I mean, once time progresses, then the dynamics change, and also can be now.
You see, the dynamics do not degenerate.
Yeah, but has it degenerated?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. Secretary and Akufo, who was paying who? And Akufo, who was paying who? What must I say? It was, expression of ideas.
Where they were good.
And these are my reasons. Where me feel
say where they were good.
But say they and your crowd.
He who pays more.
He or she who pays more.
Hey.
Oh yes. She's No, you said it. Me. You say names keep popping up, and some of the names are popping up according to Madi. And I'm being gender sensitive. I'm being gender sensitive.
What is it? Take it basic from me.
No, media. Look, allow the candidate. Sebi. He knows who would partner him on the ticket to make it a solid ticket. And look, if in some me sometimes they go to the highest level. At every point, your friend, now I hope you are not ignoring my choices. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, do you want them? Are you allowing the money free hand to choose who be on or GDC bit me Juma? And I'm interest. I can't say representing interest be.
Okay, so you agree with Hackman when he says that pressure on Bawumia, Papa Hackman,
chairman of council. I think
pressure
on
Bawumia to select running mate has no basis
at all. Pressure now, Moody man, I saw you. Look, I believe, sir, having a running mate complements your efforts, but allow the person the time to choose Nipa who would be a perfect, you can say pair and a perfect addition. But move for Sino say and this man today saw Diba now Ibim cry 13 months and as if for Nipano why if you didn't believe in his expertise, if you didn't believe in the fact that Sebi on him Nyansa San come to Abanamania here.
Okay,
allow him the same freedom you allowed Nanado.
Okay, so Maminasi, but just a brief on this one. Hackman Oswajman, the chairman of the New Patriotic Party's Council of Elders, has urged restraint regarding pressure on Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the party's presidential candidate, to announce his running mate. It has never happened before in the life of this particular party of the NPP, where there have been pressures and campaigns all over.
That's the point I'm making.
The place for who partners him.
The president himself said this.
At the end of the day, it is
during the week.
At the end of the day, it is Dr. Bawumia's face and name which will be on the ballot paper.
Focus on him.
There are 16 regions carrying out his duty as vice president, sometimes acting president, and then going around takes a bit of time. So he needs time to do all these things and due process in this instance.
And consult widely.
The constitution in consultation with the National Council. He expressed concern over the mounting public and media pressure to expedite the announcement.
Yes.
Okay,
but
we'll give the pressure. Our pressure.
Let him be.
But I'm saying that we'll give the pressure.
Why?
Our pressure.
What right have you to give him the pressure?
Major stakeholders.
No, stakeholders. What does that I just told you I started this by.
But you are saying that running running made me say my office I attractive. No big catcher say or disagree to that. Aren't you only different party or a stakeholder in Ghana's affairs? Or if
you're not getting my point. My preamble, if you paid attention to my preamble, and he said the role of the vice president, and yes, from Kusa, the Nipa no here can see a candidate Nankasa because he becomes the president. Or no, he was the seemingly limitless executive power. Let's focus more on him.
Done.
Nipana, like I was saying, because we are losing focus. They say according to the running mate is as equally important as the candidate. And yes,
okay. So,
but when we the candidate himself, this is the timer. Me as an individual, I expect him to come out and say, nonsense in omunchaso.
Oh wow.
No, he needs to speak up. Look, you see, it is sign of leadership for him to come out and say, look, these are causing distractions.
But what has this got to do with Akudra?
For me, I think yes, but like Riley said, this is a candidate who knows his onions. He knows his onions. I don't think necessarily, I was saying
it's causing distractions within the party. Why do you think your chairman of council of elders has to speak?
But that's why he has spoken.
Because he's becoming disruptive.
You see,
Papa, you are disrupting him with pressures and all those things
coming out today.
This time he came out to say that look,
we should hold on but then we should accord him
the respect.
Not. I mean, I don't think.
No, it is respect.
Give him the freedom and the room to. He already carries it.
If you respect him, you will not be trying to stampede him into making a certain decision.
You can't.
I find it disrespectful. They are trying to stampede him with all this
flag bearer is a very firm and strong person.
Allow him then.
But whether firm or not, the stampede,
I mean, he needs to come out and let everybody know say, look, I can't be stampeded.
Coming can be. Nah. So no. Me ko bi ni man ka bi na say wa ma tan kwa nka ye. Antimeti anti. And ma me ka bi na nka we no. Coming so then can be papa because obumuna hwe obegina ho any
party dey kra ba wa o party dey ba wa nka
me party dey ba me ka bi pa
Omanhene
selecting of you can say running mate and as a potential vice president here but media anopa me can say be as one me can na me sense su ha. The Holy Book makes us understand something very simple. See, be anxious of nothing. There are some people that said I think cancer has a friction, question, attention, and then winning. It's because some people are anxious. Some people are anxious. I don't know to say, as you said, Nipani, I want the right so no be me bobidin. Now so yeah, try say gina ha. Na me nzana no. Let the person make his own choice. Ebi na de mo so nkofa na mu no kofa mo no. Enso no yes king the be out towards a particular direction. And you just say we na dem an no and so offer. But me nka hwe kwa me 2008. There were very known names. Very strong names. Abegma wa ya chen say be dem kan nyina woni. Na eba na ye kase na e ye potential for na Kufuado.
So you're expecting a shock?
To some me ba ho. What do you say? Ye potential sa na and at that time say na atiki na enye sika na obi tua wasam ne eka na ye bo nipa ne dia ne aka I mean nipa no competence afuso to dia baba
na lawyer sika asemi a wo evidence.
I think me share say
you see asem bia nu wato fuma
we a lawyer we a lawyer until me pose this question to you.
Relax.
We a lawyer until we dey say we party we gina so na me bisa wo.
Your kind is an undebated fact until we end don't worry about it.
You need say lawyer yes sir. And until na me bisa evidence ho asemi.
But dey only go e do say or copy nipa na so or be fa nipa no ne benant. Ohun say asen twen obi na ya anxious. Na dinale cha de sanye papers na we put the nim na we di eba no. We nyina hu ina adojo. Simple. I know come about me. Me kai pass abeno the friction. I remember some names. The likes of PCP for you Canada, Japan. Me kai pass abeno. The heat that came up. Never easy. Because about me and you baby. But the man stood on his ground and say, "Hey, someone know. I'm so winning my coffee. And I'm there. And the party for time that you know the coy. Sebe ye say you in prince aso no anwan na ne dem one na for the bedua. Running mate say me start to say back for this very time. I make I said him say is it November was December we no kushi and party for no say open more time last year. So back here.
ana more time no na say wo mo twen so de beba yi but and now but in a divo from a PM ade achina we aba ya before go so we afrim say we na ba let's ya na bona mpese ka boni na wie so amwa me wetu amodi ni nyina nwa ma me obi ask us o say
dia wa we wadar ma we
de ma wona na boy no
emi ko dia
o woni de ho na to sidi nwa hu ho
dia wa no
na to sidi no
I didn't article you say
and me say sentia no na nam di ni mana sample na mpeke no sample mpeke no enya hwe nti minna mu de wo mu ne o man de obayi no de wunyi no and ma me nipa ne wo mu sa nipa no ebe yo bia wo wadwene mu no wonu se bia wadwan boa okay because sometimes wadwene mu no wo fo se boa but in the minds of those who are going to vote for you to women say nyobi omope
okay
so the unfortunate part is say now post no ye won so ma ye ni nyina no none of them goes to the ordinary Ghanaian. They all pick it from the party people and ask for their opinions but can you say send me from Ghana ha at Obama 2024 you lose Manosi
all right I think yeah bringing Tino
no something
but you're taking share conversation as then come and do a come so our officer Odeba then we can continue the conversation
means anchor and topics
no there was
we open for
so some of the topic okay my minister is free well the external debt restriction so just quickly now okay we'll talk about some other issues anyway one was we had spoken about the need to be the binge on debt and as from borrowing you know can one semsa ebimukra na omuzu they are engaged in smart borrowing as if for borrowing there is nothing smart about it what you must say
lawyer na Mr. Edu Ubres na go wait my
I think at this point it's in order to request protection from this man
from national security
look like we always say when your deficit is high there are two things you do first in fact you finance deficit by two things but you don't print money anymore. So the next thing you do is to borrow. But I have always said, sir, look, so revenue and cost raw, and if you can't increase your revenue, rationalize your expenditure. But we kept borrowing to the extent that I didn't cry say, you floating bonds, Euro bonds now they are oversubscribed. It becomes a source of joy. Yet me did because our bonds are overly subscribed. Wako tonka obia tokana bruso a ozi a meniaje. Enye se sika na di chew. Eye ka you are contracting debt. Wako ya ma adi na bruso ozi a ka ya akobbo di abruso ntie ni aje. Ye be wi hu wele. Ye kan no ma nte. Eni ni ye ne. Now we have got to the point that all components of public debt, domestic and external, they became unsustainable. So we had to, and as part of the conditions for the IMF bailout, one was to bring the levels down to sustainable levels. And we had to deal with the domestic component of public debt and then deal with the external part. So domestic, any of Ecofa Afro ni punks to buy. Man for you because it was unexpected. Ebimunya Sakura, Ebimunya Ponky Joe, Ebimusunya near Ewoho. Even so, our debts were still not sustainable because we still had an external component. And Ayaka's okay, we'll try and restructure. Look, and easy. Finally, there was an agreement between government of Ghana and our official creditors. And it was just back and forth, and finally, we've come to the point where they have agreed. And in so doing, Ghana would be saved some 4.7 billion. Because creditors now to say, they will take some slight haircut by 37%. Media, I think, is good news, even though mismanagement but at least I'm happy because relief is very important. Now it means debt relief kakrana and we can progress with the IMF program. No, Mati say if it's not been released yet, my understanding is that 360 million would soon be released, and these are all good indicators. But say nipa na odi enkodu sa pempenso no. Or say no many we no sorry ko e. You they say the international emissaries convoy envoy. On the zia the international financial transaction. Domestic you cry we so na international. And the finance minister Ben and who apart from Ken Oforiatta. On now who took us into this ditch? Onwa. What has there be? Oh, finance minister has always been one at a time. What has here? And for me, nobody can tell me say you can say oh it was COVID and the rest of look. What did COVID do? To the extent say was it COVID that made us go do the oversubscriptions? And some of the debt, When you say sometimes Obianka say Busia bo at the bonnie. In doing my master's dissertation, the topic I wrote on was I was trying to test the threshold hypothesis and the effect of that on economic growth. And they say, one will say, economists be eka say, uboka eco group and pensubia, it begins to be deleterious, like it becomes dangerous. But initial levels in the of your development, uboka, it helps you, it spurs growth and so on until it gets to a certain level. A BIMU estimated 90% of your GDP becomes a problem. A BIMU when it goes beyond and so on. I was trying to test that hypothesis on hippie countries. That's what I wrote on. And look where a woman is there. Developing countries are not hippie countries. And that threshold actually works. Obinka say, who was Sikano from the beginning, you need to borrow because we need to ask Sikano. But when you become a loan addict, just a woody and that is where the problem is, and that is where we were with Oforiatta. On there, it was fashionable to go and borrow. On there, Sikajia didn't any problem. Busia bona any problem, man. But I say, can who say near the uncle or hippic no? It was because of some binge borrowing. Yeah, Bobby Siani left, right, center. Eddie and Kodus happen pensui. Oba and Ghana was credit worthy. The fact that you are credit worthy in Treze at every point go to access capital from the market.
Asempa FM.
What I say, but if I say oh yeah credit worthy in TTV, I know boy till we were no longer credit worthy. We share the latest Moody's ratings before we went to IMF no. Almost my Fitch gave us B- and Moody's gave us CAA1. Which means Ghana was a high-risk country. And to be able to see Ghana for Bisia, it's risky. Until we were no longer credit-worthy. Now ye can't Munsusumbo Bisia, and ye Kumikran say, ye Kabisia Wasem no, and when issues of revenue became a big deal no. Instead of us to add to the stream of revenues we had no, ye can say Kakra ye even though there are inefficiencies, yen deal with the inefficiencies no. You be here free or na edifu fraba. And I always make reference to E-levy. So I didn't me dream him in Tiasia. E-level and toll booths are free. Road tolls are free hon. You only add to such streets. One is not a substitute for the other. But enuna yeah. To the extent say we're not getting enough revenue to service our debt, whether domestic or external.
Okay, I think.
And the core IMF program no. They wanted our debt levels to come to sustainable limits. And then a bit my nisika a bit my go to yebi ama and I renegotiate the you can say 10 years no. And so and the only way we could do that was to have a restructuring program. And back and forth. Nyamin Chadia and your official creditors ni biajatum say they would help and they are willing to take a haircut to the tune of $4.7 billion. Accident Edima Yankupom. But this should serve as a lesson that going forward.
We will not. Doc.
Yeah, me that say, Omanhene me say me atika kasa bebre na me say important say me set the parameters right in some of the issues now kind no. The meeting ka kan say on so Omanhene say fa Ghana yam bakosema de bia me ka say this is not the first time I hear near friend say restructuring of government instruments. Say o share tama 2001 Omanpenyi John Adekum dey work for Ebefro Akunyana as Omanpenyi President of the Republic of Ghana. At the time Obefo Akunyano na ye debt to GDP no over 180%. Actually say ye fa ye GDP sikabotna ye nya no oman ni mu nyina akra entumi ntua ye ka. Just say yes fa no yes akobo besia oha entichemu aduwotwe e de beka 100% na ya value ni nyina no ho ansana yetumi atua yeka na we ema Omanpenyi kufo any at any time eye wona wonimu de wo economy ni mo no including international consultants ka omutri mu se yepese Ghana etumi fa ne ntuma pay frade a na e wo se yetumi restructure eye government domestic instruments then time no na wo ho ti say o kan eye records and as the data e wo eye Bank of Ghana those times na ade ba kwa ne di mu akotrepa eye saa enipako no tena se omo ekọ benkrom ne se ohwe interest rate and as insihu a na yetua on government instruments at that time na spotokasem ne kan se o de hwe eye yen growth rate ekwanya Ghana economy no efa so nyine a na che se bi na entiase bi anyeden enim ti na ewo se yetumi ye de friend se restructure na ye betu ni din at that time se Government of Ghana Index Linked Bond say yentumi ntua coupon rate anasa in layman's language no eye interest rate e wasoro sensania wo economy no eye den nyini ana ekonanim nti amobaye nhyehyeye ebeye ne se ne se sade a ene e wo se at that time no na me say yen average growth rate no eye be 5% oha ntichemu enum nti no sa time no bond bia anase government instrument bia ne wo at that time no 5% na government no ebetumi etua no sa so be yen hyehye ne say until 3 years anase emfie miensa achi no enya ade a yebetua obia sika ayeden ama no sefa ho sensi hu anase sika botra no mpo na asoso se yesi at se de ene ye ka ho asem ya enti enhyehye ya Omanpenyi kufo eduku akwemu saa bre no in addition to eye hepika ye koye no eno de tumi ma by 2008 net debt to GDP na negina 180% or hanchemu eduha nwotwe no na atumi ate ababedru eye 32% eye oha hanchemu eduasa miunu eno ne de me say former president onye be koye Ora Atamils ebe inherit in 2008 Omanhene na sa decision ya Omanpenyi kufo take ya no eno ye one of the decisions eno ntino etumi be nya eye NSA ka say ye strong bond market anase financial capital market to Ghana ha obroni beka ne say one of the kingpin reasons intia yetumi enya saa de no ewo mamia saa restructure na ye na saa ebrena asem Omanhene na ye di fi hoi 32% amaking say ye debt to GDP ohanchichemu eduasa miunu ena aban foforo so ebefa akunya no na Omanhene tama ye aban na eye NDC aban eja akunya no ho in 2016 no na ye debt to GDP no from 32% ohanchichemu eduasa miunu no na akwakogina sen na akwakogina 73.1% ohanchichemu eduoso miensa echiri po baako
debt to GDP it was 57%.
Which year are you talking about?
2016.
Yeah. It was when we did the rebasing.
But it's still
but it's
rebasing. No, it's just changing the reference year.
No, but it was 57%.
You used
it wasn't. It was the rebasing.
Please. Whether rebasing or no.
No, what is even rebasing? When you change the reference year, we usually prices here we calculate.
Yes.
That's the only thing.
Pacho, I take. Just go to the Bank of Ghana.
Okay.
Pacho,
proceed. You proceed. By 71,
77.1%.
57, I think.
2016.
57%. It wasn't.
Okay, you're allowed space. You're allowed space.
I am not talking about that rebase figure. I am talking about the 73.1%. That was the debt to GDP. No, me say for Neko Bank of Ghana.
No, that's
no Google.
Where the flow.
Where the Asembia? Me where said they make an sign a report in the man.
Where the flow?
The Bank of Ghana reports I make.
Chief.
A Bank of Ghana report as I'm making. Near could do 73.1%.
We hadn't revised the GDP. We hadn't revised inflation figures yet. What you say?
Atik, let me land. So now, say yes, sir. Then why did the NDC government go to IMF in 2015?
That's what I'm saying.
If the debt were sustainable, then why did we go to the IMF in 2015?
But we were still paying our debt by then.
No, my question is, if it was sustainable,
when you go to IMF,
then why did we go? Yes,
when you have fiscal imbalances and it's not just okay.
See, it is very clear. In 2012, near fiscal deficit, you're saying.
2012 or 16.
2012, near fiscal deficit, you're saying. 11.6%. That is one of the highest fiscal deficit we've had in the history of Ghana for the last 15 years. In 2020, crack COVID the buy, your fiscal deficit was 10.8% of GDP. This is the data. So, this is the data. Say offer a year nominal debt stock in 2016. Now nominal debt stock a 29.2 billion. Say off that is in American dollar. And they say offer in total GDP
which
in
year?
2016 I'm making.
You said it was
$29.2 billion. That was your nominal debt stock.
Dollars.
Yes, in dollar terms.
See, do it in Ghana cedis because if the exchange rate is low,
no, I'm
the
coming.
dollar figure will be high.
Yes, let me finish. And to the opa, so if you want to get the percentage right.
No, use nominal figures in cedis.
No. Because the dollar. Listen, Atik. Because the dollar is a stable currency, that's why I'm using the dollar as a benchmark. So allow me to land.
Stable in some place, doc.
No, the dollar is a stable. No, and yet the dollar changed to CDO. The dollar as a currency of measurement is stable.
I agreed. Yeah,
that is what I'm saying.
I agreed. That's fine.
And it's fun in dollar terms. Just use your phone and do the calculation here and tell me what you get. So what you say? Now, quickly in 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. Ghana did not go to the Eurobond market to borrow.
Yeah,
they did.
No, we didn't. Check the data. We didn't.
From 2009 to 2011.
To 2012, actually. We never went to the Eurobond. Our first Eurobond subscription was in October 2007 under John Ajekum D. Wokufo.
Okay, the first time.
But from there, Yanko Biema until 2013. Go and check the data.
Yes, that one I agreed. Yeah, 2013.
Between 2013 to 2016, every single year we went to the Eurobond market.
No, it's not true.
The data is here.
Okay,
the data is here from the Ministry of Finance. I have the data. From 2013 to 2016.
Don't interject.
Each particular year went to the Eurobond market.
How much did you go for?
I'm talking about the subscription of Eurobonds. So, and it's a share a Eurobond that you could in 2016. Now 6 years. It matured in 2021. So Eurobond that you could in 2007. Now 10 years. It matured in 2017. No, I have the data here. When I finish, I'll share it with you. You see? I have the data here, so when I finish, we can interrogate the data. Yes, I have the data here. So I'm speaking based on the data I have from Ministry of Finance. You see? And it's a Wushoma, a first Eurobond that you cost subscriber 2017 Ghana and call Eurobond market for the record. It was in 2018 and you call Eurobond market.
2021.
Yes. Inti Ghana bra your core Eurobond to say the near can between 2018 to 2021 and the Ghana core Eurobond market. Now oka the annual public debt reporter. Will say Eurobond that you in 2018. One of the reasons you said now we wanted to buy back the bond that has matured in 2017. It is there in the annual public debt report, and I want everyone to go and read it. Say Osha Eurobond that you cost subscriber in 2021 and so on. Now 2016 debt and amateur with a coupon rate of about 9.18%. and a kwaji a rate that was lower than that.
What was the rate?
I think it was about
8. Subscription was 11.7.
No. I think it's not true.
Okay, I'm just
the highest rate we have had was under the NDC. It was 10.something%. I have the data here.
We condemned by NDC. IMPP came. They had 11.75.
No, it's not true.
Okay.
It is not true. I have the data here. We can cross check it when we are done. Yes, the data is here. I have, unless the data I have, what I have for the ministry is different from what you have. That is the data I have. Okay, so this was subscribed to refinance that debt. It is a what kind of annual public debt reporter. It is captured there, and the remaining money, some went to budget support, and the remaining went into the second fund, which is a fund created that it is a kind of to oh yes, but that's what
but he also used some of the subscriptions to retire.
Let me finish with my point. And fast forward, and your economy no kakra na e fan into mapa efra. In fact, say oshe eye yen gross reserves between 2017 to 2018 no. Now your gross reserves no etumi move aka almost be say a little over 4 months import cover. And it say you need to Ghana na yesin kian ko bobesia kra nka ya dia nka ebetumi amaye den ye gina ye naso Omanhene eno na fofia nkoto ata ena ye the twin causes yi COVID-19 and the Russian Ukraine I am just giving a precursor to where our war started. Because say Osha before COVID-19, the city had one of its best performance within that period. This I challenge everyone here to go and check the data. Before COVID-19,
it had its best
performance in terms of depreciation, marginal rate of depreciation. You can check the data is there.
What was the rate of depreciation in 2020? You said it started before or
no, I'm saying before,
which is 2019.
COVID. Yes, between 2017 to 2019 was a period that the city had one of its best performance against the euro in terms of marginal depreciation compared to previous years. The data is there, you can check it. I have taken time to look at the data, so I know what I'm talking about. Okay. And a fofia antwata. And a COVID bebaye. COVID bebaye the revenue shortfalls ni idea by me say what can 2020 budget ni 2021 budget and we any idea I would want to go into the details. Afi bedru baby no say e be aba be necessary evil e was say abino etumi hwe say betumi po akọ parliament nenka ama ye moma ye di omo kind of some form of confidence in the economy and also ye nyina nim the parliamentary system you say me esi ho entino ama entumi anko through at the time nenka ye hia ni the most and no so ekọ trigger ye ema say wo hwe at that time no mpo Ghana cedi no ahoɔden etumi tiba forma within that period in 2022 no yetumi add over 67 billion Ghana cedis ekaye debt ho a abrekokra mpa yankɔ international market de bo sesebio ye kwa akɔbɔ besia na eni na didi mo Omanhene bedru baby na sɛ baby adena do no ya reserve na make say ya build wo hɔ no na eno ne ye yusu bi so e de atua kakra a na biem so na yentumi nkɔ international financial market enkɔbɔ besia a ɛho kɔ buy sɛ ene e wo sɛ Ghana e subscribe to IMF. Now as part of the conditionality no now we had to restructure our debt. Omanhene say ye ka the macroeconomic fundamentals the poor Omanhene I mean ka wo video say yen gold reserve in 2016 your total gold reserves na 8.7 metric tons Omanhene. And now Minuka say in the midst of all these challenges Asemi Minuka Omanhene your total gold reserves no etumi move from 8.7% to 34.7 metric tons. Say fundamentals Asemi na ye kan ya ene asem mpa ye ka say enti na ababe necessary ibu say e wo say ye na enya ade a emi say me ne wo mienu anase Ghana ni bia no eye ade a eni gie ewom dabi me kasa na chese me kura na bia na me ni me de meka. It is not palatable. However, it became a necessary pill for us to swallow. To send near 2001 no ABC yet say make say omampanyi kofo abreso yetumi ye den ya ena menunti ema economy no esafa na 2.89 to mine meduma no AC ene ye debt to GDP ratio ejina sen Your debt to GDP ratio, according to the latest Bank of Ghana report in May 2024, we are 62.7% of GDP. Say you can unsustainable threshold that in Chimu ewo. Say oh fa eye wami eye the West African Monetary Institute. Say oh cross 70% and say oh debt eye unsustainable. But say oh for international institutions like the IMF they are. Let's say oh cross 60% are unsustainable. Now where did this 60% even come from in the first place? Omanhene? This 50%, this 60% was not an invention of the IMF or any of the Bretton Woods. It actually originated from a European Union. Time no more person more form EU. And Omanka said you too must say until say mining in a to carbon aya bakono. And was say a debt to GDP no a 60% or less. A 60% as me a free ba. Omanhene.
Doc, my men say I take in patcho.
No, yeah,
fair to
there are some issues and
me and Kasama Makoshe 2016 BUG for you. To be more but be my I had a call the command patcho.
All right, that's fine. So debt to your friend saying your debt issues are a namsuma and they yabe pie a year and pepensobia or mine say yentimi entria ye kaya dear. Alright. Yankai who say for the records a bredi kania Ghana ebedru pempenswa or mine car what there was untimi no say yentria was I think I jump on time or someone was yentria. But yentria and mintria, they are two different things. Yentria be much be a name of Jana Zuntia. But when you are seeing mintria, and for that reason we are asking or urging those that we owe from Sir one more na or one more they can be better on venture, one more and venture and so Tiasia said Sika Secretary and Nintria and anybody between we are now to send. That is a level that we have gotten to. But a very simple pointer made the best start here free. I dare my argument in a year. Obibisa, I am Madam, Madam Sophia Kufu, the former CJ, I can't be brand or picketing of Finance Ministry. Was say nobody has been able to tell us why we are here. And indeed today, till some Yagusitia, Yakasa, Kasadi, and Wasaman. Ubi no wabaymuya from the economic management team to the last person in this government. Nobody has been able to tell us why we have gotten to this point. We keep hovering around, trying to create our own meanings and impressions. But we beat meaning train the I do. But me kaisa and Chebebre, Anna Mampania be the boy and Kaye bisa brand open to me say. A dear back open a more mind be to sanity. I have been or so Bobisian Bibria. Pay baby as IMF. And then we are before the IMF seeking for $3 billion dollars. I said 3 billion. No, yet Chanama is so and a crack money. Na and he custom of honors a woman say, a dear call honey, yes, sir. Yaboka Amanatraso. No, my for uncle this news article reported by Ghana Web, and I was say this was in 2020 February. Was say World Bank in 2020 said Ghana stood at the risk of being classified as a high debt distressed country if it does not stop its excessive borrowing. That is a World Bank to me transing who said o mine ni chere amna bia yekutum amna na yekutum ni besia ye bogum bebre na de okache dey say nya besia bona ye bon bebre no Ghana ba be debt distractions. NASA group in no mudi. And Pampa 2022, I think June. And we declare Ghana say Ghana better than a debt distressed country. Mania a common and more to be an emotion. Into lucky from the capital market saying the intimate Kohon Cope a bond EBM. Now for that reason, no. And now smile yes inside and now you IMF. A honeymoon as the late John Kuma and Nick for a time number 2 young IMF. We are sovereign nation, young court today, young court tomorrow, and Conaba. In United Cobra, and we say, I know time you copy IMF. But you see, one funny thing I want to say before say and no baba World Bank for black COVID buy World Bank and the IMF FA who say am I be minded to competition I'm in minded to and I said most of them were on some kind of high debts even though not women declare that debt well that's woman can say debt distress no but no woman should be now at the account do nti when we no can bomo at the policy reference said debt suspension services initiative about we be in May 2020 and ended December 2021 so it was more than a year and we be say ama my hold work e woman ni mu no and subscribe to side na mo ka mo de entrance sense baba unya banya onwene nkwankan a na odisi na nim ya de obenya no say BBC ya adefa bi se bofa no ndom da o pa man from ho akodom side ni bia Ghana ka e ma na so ma World Bank pani ya no that no be bisa say e be kan say bi say wadi Ghana ho ya pa say no nwa say o mo de BBC abato no mo nim say Ghana ya man ya e kan me ne yen na wanya good opportunity say fa ho ba dom free na yentime twe wo kan sensen ma wo na hu timi ha na sika abetime nya ne se ka ba kotua waka COVID about ba kotua waka no enkotua waka na fa sika no ebo ho bra kwabra this government under Bawumia na Akufo-Addo failed to subscribe to that policy and that led the man any article no be no every quality me person can pa na must work ani na Emeka say he's very surprised Sagana am for yan kodom yan for yan kodom no few years down the line after the yan yes ye be debt suspension and only haircut some yen nam you e bia nka do nkodom yanka ya medru salary ya yomu nei e bia nka do nkodom yanka ne mai bia wo tampa ne bia nka entampa e bia nka do nkodom yanka ni bia wo pom chan ne won be ya bit difficult to convince to accept your proposals and so on and so forth no maybe that was a good platform for them to have come easily under this. Yet this government failed to do it. I'm told they said one of the best managers of the economy. It's the best managers now in a good avenue. Now fail to subscribe to her. Can it be the best? Then now you come down to this issue of Eurobond. And the President Kufuor, his own was I think even less than $1 billion. 750. Thank you. Mills, sorry, from Mahama time, I think simple. It was, and this was less than 3 billion for the entire 4 years. That amount to maybe you can put it for me, but it was less than 4 billion for the less than 3 billion for the entire 4 years. Less than 3 billion for the entire 4 years. Now let's come to MPP government. It is true, sir. We started call from 2018. It's true, sir. 2017, we call 2018. 2018, we called 2 billion. 2019 3, 2020 3, 2021 3, 22. And I said, I'm sorry, World Bank. I can say, Yabaye, a debt distress country. Yet me, obedient me near any and deliver locking out of capital markets. NT and a home at Yakubeka, Honokrano, and Combako. Me a very simple question. Let's presume say we be in C classroom. Says go in number 11, and that finance minister say $13 billion. What are they? A dear party, this is going ye. O mine $13 billion abay in some, and now we may train a sister. Yenina, a two should agree on Musi. Come on. Also, I'm upset they are going to give us. I'm so I can. Was it 360 million? Good. And we are happy. See, you've been at 360 million. Meanwhile, the very same people now, yeah, bumpire, and I say, you need air train, 360 million. You not over $11 billion.
Oh, dear.
And when 11 billion or something, I can win any million cities, and your billion cities. And the idea no more, I am Cobra. Now they'll jump to go and mention COVID and then Russia Ukraine war. What do you me for Russia then to check? Me not just the COVID. COVID. I'm taking you to a report.
Which of them?
The COVID audit report. Page 9, paragraph 24. What IMF that time, MIN $2 billion, but the first chunk about was $1 billion first. Into a utilization of the IMF rapid credit facility of $1 billion. When we change about cities, Mr. Abner, 5 billion and something. I mean, it's kind of awesome. So and over. and omo chira de omo this kanayo. But to let you understand something for you very problematic no. TB. Also we noted that the amount received was utilized on liability management, District Assembly Command Funds, fourth quarter allocation, NAPCO, second quarter allocation, LEAP, first program quarter allocation, free SHS allocation, second semester for 2019-2020 academic year, free water and electricity. Alright? Free water and electricity. When the hand catch I say COVID is kind of emergency, in Sweden, you free in Canada now, Madame free in a month, and with the COVID never. They said that. And the same was one of the 1 billion and Kanyaka. Yati. Yes, I'm going to say then capitalization of the national capitalization of the National Development Bank of Ghana, anyway. National Development Bank of Ghana, anyway. No, maybe some question. Was in bank and bank in capital.
Recapitalization.
Capitalization, not recapitalization. There's a bank in the capital. No. New capital.
Is a new bank.
New bank.
They capitalize it.
And they're capitalizing out of the $1 billion. National Development Bank of Ghana.
You're not rapper.
You're not rapper.
No, you're not. We've capitalized it.
So where is the bank?
We've capitalized it.
So where is the bank?
We have capitalized it.
I know. And the bank in see.
We have capitalized it.
Capitalizing it means that when it's coming from the bank in the city.
Let me catch you. We have capitalized it.
What's the comment of the audit report?
Just as you can, yes.
We've capitalized it.
So where is the bank?
It's a new bank.
Anyway, 2020, we're in 2024. Where is the bank?
No.
These are criminals,
Don't jump. You need to
I am jumping. This one I have to jump. 2020, we're in 2024.
Don't jump. Don't jump. Put your profession.
Last one. Last one. Last one. Last one. Relax. Oh, with your member,
Dr. Bano.
What's it?
Let's
capitalization of that bank. National Development Bank.
Let's not go back and forth on this matter.
Where is the bank?
In black and white. So maybe what suggestion I say activity.
Activity be here for
no.
We are not going to activate.
But here we don't find
where
that
is it? Bank anyway. We need to know.
So
where is the
bank? Or can't say with you. We need to find it.
Yanko, last point. Was a construction of 88 district hospitals and 7 regional hospitals. We say, baby, when we started this agenda 101. Baby, on first seed capital free was the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund. $100 million. So why are they still citing $100 million? Oh, doc, me see the seed capital when they started when they were starting. That time about 88, there was no 88 hospital project. 88 that and were changing it to agenda 101. Don't forget. And even 111. Initially it was 88. But became agenda 101. But agenda 101, when we were commencing it, the very first time you were starting, the capital you used was not from the COVID fund. You see, the simple terms in this Sika ye no watch sika na di. And the woman to me kind of claim tell ye nti. Ya na ka to the COVID ne ba nti man aboka me se COVID ba no man nya mfaso. But the mfaso na kwedi nipa bone fo nsem. Ana se nipa bone fo na che sika na di nti na ye te ayebre na ka nya won wasa se mu bisa ho se won mo ate soro. Won mu bi no de sika man ne ba se won koto ka amre no. Ana won kosi dan bi mre no. Ana ka na ma sika no ma enfie na ania.
The bank that we capitalize.
Mami mo ntra. Edin de ho behia.
But Mikhail says Croatia and Italy.
Yeah, okay. Capitalization of the National Development Bank of Ghana.
Okay, that's all I.
And which has been so.
Maybe I'll come I think just a word now for sports ready for you.
Now I wanted to do some comparative analysis. Now
this people.
Because was speaking about the debt to GDP ratios, and okay, say I want to speak to trends or trajectories. We share from 2012 now 47, and I'm taking 2012 because it makes the analysis a bit better. Now I started at 47.8, and Eco 56 the following year, Quadru 72.5. That is so we are using the old reference here. Now this is for the SAR era. No? Uber from 2017 to 2019 and 2020, the trajectory was the same. And Kahun said The reason why we always calculate debt in ratios is debt by itself doesn't make a lot of sense until you are able to show and the GDP is our total income. What you might say in simple terms. Until you want to find out that ratio, compared to sika ye wo etisane. Now, share your economy so etumpon enyi. Our economy was growing between 2017 and so on all the way to 2020. Now, what that means is that even if your economy is growing very fast compared to the growth in your debt, the ratio is going to be less. Am I making some sense?
Of course.
Good. So, but who say still ye boka kesine say. Until I was comfortable with using the rebase DNO because prices change, your GDP also grows and so on. Until we use it more like current figures are a boa chain say ube use figures dada. But we share the trend from 2017. No? It's not as if the debt stagnated and now the rate of increase was slow. And no sooner cost. That's what I
was going to read.
What I say and to the point say it became difficult. Look, even though
at what point you see it's very critical because I did
2022
post, I did pre and post. So at what point did it become critical? It was post 2020.
Correct.
I agree. Just look at the data.
Correct.
That's the point I was making. That is the basis of my argument.
Correct. That's it.
But
we don't have any point
to show the impact of the twin.
Oh,
you see, that was my
I am yet to see. I'm yet to see. And I'm not seeing any study.
No, you can't rule it out.
You are saying money to the money.
You see, nobody has done I'm yet to see a study that says the rise in the debt to GDP to the in fact the problems we had with debt servicing was because of COVID and then Ukraine-Russia war.
There are so many World Bank reports as stated in Sub-Saharan Africa. The causes are the
No, talking about a study that is specific to Ghana. You see, when you say Sub-Saharan, when you generalize conversations, it becomes difficult. What you say? But
those reports are there. We are dealing with Ghana as economists.
Franco, esa the electrical appliances for just washing machines, woman CCTV cameras, any dog clear. I be the mobile phones.